Oh hey look, it's a cutscene. For some reason this game has a plot. Sega, why would you do that to yourselves? I'm going to see if I can turn the volume down. On my end. I know how to do it for you guys, but that is indeed a little bit loud. I think that'll be good. I'd say, gee, I hope this music isn't copyrighted, but I guess technically game music is copyrighted too. It's just that that's handled a little differently for things like this, obviously. For real shit too. Alright, so we're gonna start a new file here instead of any of our previous ones.
Options.
Why don't we have a different options menu here? Let's go find this guy whose volume mixing is probably atrocious. Can we do anything with the volume whatsoever, or is it just... Oh, that took a long time for anything to...
Looks like you can change settings.
I mean, I've heard worse volume mixing out of the rest of the game, but still. Wow, this game is not super good at a lot of the volume shit, but we'll see how that goes. Sooner rather than later.
Select a story.
I want to see details on that. We're going to start from this side of things.
Sigma Alpha 2 heading due south over the city. We're en route. Everything's a go.
This is Control Tower. We have you on radar. Report cargo status of captured Hedgehog aboard. Over.
That's a 10-4. Cargo secured on board and... What?
Didn't
The
copy
Hedgehog
that.
is
Over.
gone. He's taken out everyone aboard and...
What's
What
wrong?
in the
Come
world?
in. Over.
Freeze! What do you think you're doing? Get that Hedgehog!
Talk about low-budget flights, no food or movies. I'm out of here. I like running better.
And for some reason, Sonic has a snowboard, which is just a random chunk of metal off of this plane. Well, okay then, why not? I guess they had to do something to keep Sonic up to date for 2004 or whatever this was. Except they don't really do that terribly well.
Suspect seen heading south. Block all major roads and capture the suspect.
We can press buttons when we hit those ramps and we can do tricks. And this is the song that everybody likes from this game? I find that hard to believe. I think it's just that it's the only one people remember, because honestly, why would you play this game for more than like a level, especially when you see level 2? Yeah, not for nothing, but this game is aged a little poorly. Oh, we can whistle this pipe and we can get a little animal to come out. That's a mechanic for a thing that we're probably not going to do very much. This is just me goofing around with the game. Oh look, metal crates. We can't break those because they want you to backtrack. They want you to backtrack in a Sonic game! Is there a spring up there? No, I'm thinking of later in the level. And yeah, hitting the grind rails is a good way to keep going fast. Bizarrely enough for a Sonic game, there's a lot of places in this one where you can just slow down very easily and start doing, well, other type of exploration, which, sure, there was always at least a little bit of exploratory stuff in Sonic games, but very few of them had this level of the speed just kind of going all over the place. Actually, I don't think that's true. Quite a few Sonic games had a lot of slower parts. It's kind of why I think Sonic 2 is sort of the height of the franchise, because it tended to stay at about the same speed most of the time, at least inside of the span of a single level. You know, I love a lot of areas in Sonic 3. I'm a big fan of Marble Garden Zone, but that area had those like tops, basically. You had, not Aquapolis. Aquapolis is the area in Sonic 2, and pronouncing it is making me feel like I'm having a bit of an aneurysm. Like, it can't possibly have been that stupid, right? The answer is it can be even dumber than that, but it's called Hydro City in Sonic 3. Hydrocity, maybe. And that one, like, you slow down a lot because of having to go all kind of places. Basically, for at least a while, I used to be like, man, Marble Zone, Sonic 1 wasn't such a good impression of the game. And honestly, I mean, maybe that's not exactly true either, because, like, clearly, the idea of, oh, hey, you have to slow down from this game where the character's whole idea is built around going fast, has just been a thing throughout the franchise. Sonic is a weird series, basically, and Sega... Wow, who would have guessed Sega doesn't know what the hell they're doing with the series, right? They've had a lot of problems with that throughout their entirety. And honestly, you know, saying that does not defuse the fact that Sega has made quite a few excellent games over their history. I'm not trying to say it that way, just that sometimes the guiding principles behind these games are not quite what you'd expect out of what you're told about them, and for that matter, that they're not always the most consistent. Phantasy Star is another one that's got a little bit of that, but I've talked about Phantasy Star more than enough this year, and God knows I'm going to play some of it next year. Did I get all those rings? There we go. Only 257 for the level. That sounds a little bit silly, because I'm ending that with way more rings than I usually end a Sonic level with. This City Escape is pretty baby level, but you can see there's 434 rings in the level. So, wow. I goofed that up pretty bad.
Just made it.
So at the end of each of these levels, you are given a grade based on how good you do. You want to get A ranks in all the levels. That unlocks more of those emblems, like you just saw. We got that in a cutscene. That level is very, very hard to A rank.
This game of
Oh, hey,
Max
look,
is
it's a
boring.
It's a billboard for Phantasy Star Online.
Finally
Amazing.
decided to show up,
Also, a
man.
Planet of the Apes parody.
Bring it on.
Made a lot more sense in 2004, I believe
Leader
me.
has been located.
Copy that.
I think this game is older than 2004, but I do not remember offhand. In fact, well, yeah, it was on the Dreamcast. It has to be older than 2004, right? It's got to be more like 2002, maybe? Which would make a lot better sense with advertising PSO, because by 2004, I think Sega was already moving on to Phantasy Star Universe by that time, which, oh boy, what a fucking mistake Phantasy Star Universe was. I'll talk about that at some point, I'm sure. Or I'll present it for you on this channel, possibly.
This is Spot Troop Bigfoot. Bigfoot to headquarters.
This made me forget what I was going to say. Yeah, so those rank emblems are something like 120 or 150 in the game. But I've never gotten all of them. If you get all of them, it unlocks a version of Green Hill Zone, but it's in Sonic Adventure 2, because at this point, even by this point in the franchise's history, Sega was really starting to flog Green Hill Zone. It's like, oh, look at the nostalgia of Green Hill Zone. Green Hill Zone sucks shit, dude.
Hey guys.
I'm not even
take
gonna
care.
kid you. Green Hill Zone is one of the worst first stages in a Sonic game. I prefer like all the others.
What?
It all starts with this. A jewel containing the ultimate power.
That's the Chaos Emerald.
Oh no, he's gonna eat it. I guess.
Now I know what's going on. The military has mistaken me for the likes of you.
Wow, they really failed any semblance of a spot check, didn't they? Because
You fake hedgehog.
Shadow does not have even remotely the same silhouette as Sonic for a start, and you would think that they would notice they don't hear him coming because of his jet shoes, whereas Sonic is on like actual shoes.
Be using the Chaos
His
Emerald.
feet are hitting the pavement, so he makes a noise when he runs that's not. Damn, I've heard of, I've heard that military intelligence is an oxymoron, but holy shit. Ah, yes, everybody's favorite part of the game. Oh, wait, no, the other one.
Just let it go. You just don't know when to give up, do you?
What are you talking about? That emerald's mine. You got that?
I stole it from Elon Musk's father.
Boy,
I wish.
The Chaos Emerald.
a second.
That makes it very powerful.
Hello, Bloodcry. How are you doing
Look who's calling
this
who at me.
evening?
I came here
Yeah, you're-
following the signal from
You're
the
somewhere in the
Emerald.
U.S., right?
I'm not mistaken. This is the
So,
Master Emerald.
evening is still incorrect.
Dr. Eggman.
Now I'm sitting here like, where are you?
Or something.
I'm thinking about time zones too much. I'm tired but good. Glad to hear you're doing good. Tired is, well, most of us are tired most of the time. You are? All right.
What was that all about? And look what you did to my emerald.
I did that to prevent the Master Emerald from being stolen, you idiot. If it's in pieces, I can restore it. And by the way, that's not your emerald.
Knuckles knows about duct tape.
Do it once I get back to the base.
Also, yes, for anyone who's thinking it, volume mixing.
Anyone who takes jewels from me.
It's
I
not
will
good
work
in this
with
game.
you.
Yeah,
Especially in
we'll
the
see about that,
cutscenes.
Fat girl.
God, he just sounds so quiet over the music, which is... Oh, boy. Unfortunately, we get into a Knuckles stage here, so we get to go look for pieces of the Master. Oh, at the very least, we spawned near one? Near-ish. I think I heard the radar. No, I was wrong. I thought I heard the radar release stronger pings in that direction. But no. The radar... Green basically tells you nothing. Yellow gives you a vague idea that you're in the area-ish. Is it in here? No, but I think that's one of the places. Yes, you can check the screens to get hints about where the emerald shards are. Oh, okay, it's running away from us. Am I going hard in the Chow Garden? Not this time. This is just me playing this for fun. If this is something that I end up picking up as a stream game that I play more of in the new year, then I absolutely will. But this may just be a bit of a one-off because, well...
2 more left.
Oh, so that's not the...
Some more left.
Oh, well, alright then. That went pretty nicely. At this point, we might even have qualified for being able to do the time attack for this level, and it's just by pure luck, which will tell you one of the big problems with the Knuckles levels in that they are very RNG heavy.
I found
And the Rouge levels, but we haven't gotten there just yet. And so look at that time bonus. Is this going to be an A? Hooray!
Yeah, this is perfect.
We did good. All that after all that complaining. It's just that we happened to get very, very lucky.
There's no mistake about it. This must be the island. It's a secret military base that is reinforced and super strong. It's called Prison Island. I heard the news about it on satellite TV.
Oh wow, I have never actually gotten all of the everything on GameCube or on any version of the game.
Hey, look, it's Amy. And
But
Eggman too. What's Amy
I
doing here? Doesn't matter. I have to help Amy.
don't
because
always
she's
have
in
the
danger. Tornado transformation.
just not good at all at these parts. Oh god, the driving levels. I don't even remember those very well, except that they exist.
You're suspect. You couldn't be 100 years once. You won't escape me this time. Oh, that's it. I'm gonna destroy.
Hey, there's not even... Oh, right, it's the health recovery. Pretty much your best bet for dealing with a lot of these bosses is just to be as aggressive as possible, so... I forget that. Hit no cars. Oh no, that's rough. Okay, by how fast you can... Well, I figured it was
go, but the next
based
time
on
we meet,
speed,
you won't be
but
so lucky.
hit no cars. Oh boy,
Wow, Tails, you did it.
that's not so great.
Here on this island. I'm the one who should be asking that question. Don't you know?
Oh hey, look, Amy didn't get new music from Sonic Adventure 1 to Sonic Adventure 2.
Again? Hurry! I know Eggman's up to no good again. Okay, just stay here and I'll be right back. Don't leave without me. I want to help Sonic.
Hit no walls. That is probably a little less bad, but I mean, then you have to steer very carefully and you'd lose the time easily. Alright, so the Tails levels, these are a little hit and miss. I know some people are like, oh, these are the worst things in the game. And no, I actually like the idea behind this. Although admittedly, they could have made the sound for when you're charging up the lock-on a little better. Oh, then that happens. Whoops. Never mind, that's a good reason why these are a pain in the ass, is because sometimes they're just like, guardrails? What are those? These can occasionally be really hard to get a good score on because you have to basically not go through a checkpoint if you die. And in a lot of cases, you just have to optimize getting your combos as best as possible. Also, we're really not going to be able to explore this entire level due to a lack of the hover functionality, which we don't get until the next Tails level. Oh jeez, coming from behind you. Oh no. Well, at least it's static, so there's that going for it. do it a couple of times. Or get really lucky the first time and, well... I mean, even then, I guess calling it luck is not really correct. But in some senses it is, because it's like, you were lucky enough to have done it correctly the first time, but it is all performance. So... words. Yeah, I was gonna say there's yeah, that's the issue, is that there's so much to learn. Oh, look at this incredibly low detailed gorilla. It's adorable. The Chow Garden glitch. I don't know offhand what that is, so I'm going to assume that if that's a thing from the Dreamcast era, that yes, and if it's something that appeared in later versions, then no. Or something. Because I always kind of got the impression from a lot of people that later ports of this game tended to be a lot buggier. This is the PC port? No, this is the... I'm on the GameCube. I'm, like, playing this on an actual GameCube. Which probably account for the fact that it's a little bit vertically squished for you, likely? At least it probably... It sort of looks like that in the preview to me, but... it could be a lot worse. It looks a little bit horizontally stretched on my screen because for some reason the monitor that I'm outputting this to from my capture unit is just like, oh hey, by the way, everything is just going to be stretched to fill the screen. It's going to be in 16:9 even though that's clearly a 4:3. Yeah, so... I'm trying to play as much of my games on console as possible. For something like this... Well, I do have this game on Steam. Come to think of it, I was like, wait a second, do I have this on PC? I do have it on Steam. I bought it on Steam many a year ago, so... in theory, I could play this on PC outside of emulating it from... well, any number of consoles. I kind of assume that the one that emulates best at this point is GameCube. I don't really know what the status of Dreamcast emulation is at all.
I did it!
And see, if we'd played that a little better and maybe gone just a tad faster, we probably could have accidentally just stumbled into an A rank anyway.
Huh? Amy?
Keep your voice down. Have no fear. Amy Rose is here.
Amy, they're gonna hear you bonking on those bars with the hammer a lot.
Well, if you gotta know, I caught a ride with Tails. Are you sure you don't need my help? It looks like you could use it.
The reason I'm in here is because of that fake hedgehog.
You mean that black hedgehog?
Did you see it? Where is it now?
If I tell
Steam
ya,
version is
will
fine, but you
marry
need to
me?
get a fix for this.
No way!
Gotcha, okay. I've certainly heard some questionable things about some version after the GameCube. The GameCube seems to be the one that a lot of people have a lot of affection for, other than the Dreamcast version.
Did you write that? Wait for me, Sonic! He's such a brat sometimes.
But I think that's just sort of an era of gaming that people are a little bit reticent necessarily to criticize, at least at this point. And to be fair, I kind of feel like that was a bit of a golden age, but I have some fairly big nostalgia for that era. That was a time when I was buying a lot of, or at least making my own video game related purchase choices. And I played on all of the consoles when they were actually out. I think that's the only game generation for which that is true. Okay, actually, slight correction, I didn't play Dreamcast at the time. I forget that technically the Dreamcast is a part of the 6th generation because it was so early. It's a PC port, okay. Gotcha. I'll tell you how well I remember, I guess. So the light dash is a little bit janky sometimes, but that's not a thing that's like endemic to this version. You can see a little bit of it right there, is that it's not the most sensitive thing all the time. Oops. I wasn't expecting to roll right into the hook. Actually saying that, I think commands on the B button in this game in general... never mind, I was going to say, I think the commands for the speed characters on the B button in this game are a tad bit late, but that didn't really bear out in that case. Also, wow, this level is very short. I mean, I remember that, but I didn't remember exactly how short. In fact, I think this level... Crap. Oh no. I think this level, the time attack emblem, I almost called it a badge, that's not really correct. But I think that the one that actually times you to get to the end, I think it's less than 2 minutes. Pick up one of the skill things. So I'm gonna take a guess that this is a thing where, like, it basically is effectively given to the Chao, yes! But it doesn't cease to exist, so you can just feed infinitely and get infinite stat points that way.
Barely made it.
Accept it. Yeah, it's called a drive, that's correct. Okay, so basically, kind of what I was thinking, this makes me think of one of those things where it's like, they shaped the hitboxes too carefully. By the way, hello there, Super Duper Alex 63 SDG Gaming. I'll just call you Alex, I think, because that's a long name. Otherwise, I hope you're doing well. Alex, it is about 7:30 over here, so I will say this evening.
I think you're the fake hedgehog.
Slowly inch forward while you're doing it, so it will eventually get you. Gotcha.
You're not even good enough to be
I'll make you eat those words.
Alright, here we go. It's time for the first boss fight with Shadow.
You won't even get.
He said the thing. Roll credits. A little soon. Whoa. So this fight can be a little bit of a pain. Although, you can see that they really did snowball a little bit for us.
You know who I am.
But landing that first hit is a bit of a problem. Not even good enough to be my... Ah, yes. This game is very entertaining because of these cutscenes.
Shadow, what are you doing? Hurry and get back here right now before the island blows up with you on it!
Blows up?
It's okay. It's because I'm using an old layout that was designed to have the text elsewhere. I just didn't redo it at any point. This is a temporary layout for something that I didn't have anything prepared for. It happens. This is our first level with a time limit, and when I was a kid, that kind of freaked me out. I think I actually ran out of time here once when I was a kid, which is slightly embarrassing when you look at the fact that it's 8 minutes of timer. At least it wasn't the other one that I timed out on, the Shadow equivalent of this level, which is like 10 minutes of timer. That would be really, that would be quite questionable. I'm not quite that bad at Sonic games, even as a kid. Ooh, also, if I didn't mention, the gold flying enemies, I think they're called beetles. Even though I'm not 100% sure that's a good camera. Yes, I'm not 100% sure that's a good camera. But I'm not 100% sure that's a good description. Anyway, those gold beetles are worth 1,000 points, and they don't last very long. Unfortunately, they don't contribute more to a combo, which would be nice in a couple of areas where they are absolutely stupidly hard to get to. But hey, it's still a neat bonus. Mostly, I say it feels like they should, because 1,000 points in the long run for a lot of these scores that you need to get is pretty small. Like, most of the Sonic levels require just under 20 grand. Oh boy, that's a big fall we just had to make there. Nice close-range shooting text. You can tell that I haven't played this game in many a year. You might be saying, well, why did you decide to play it now all of a sudden? Well, originally I thought about playing Sonic Mania, because that's a very simple sort of pick up and play type of thing. But I don't have Sonic Mania installed on my PC right now, and I was like, I don't want to go through that right this minute. So I decided to hook up the GameCube and do it this way instead. Revisit an old friend, really. Back there? No, it just looks like it.
Yes!
Old friend and occasionally enemy, but that's going to be once we get to a couple of other levels.
Too easy. Piece of cake.
Low-key asshole. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of people I've known over the years, actually, so it still fits. Oh no, Pioneer 1 found Dark Falls. Wait, wrong Sega game. Oops. Right era, though. It's everybody's favorite,
Feels haunted.
music-wise.
There's no time to lose. I have to hurry and find the Master Emerald.
Oh, slight music pause. As we get the Shovel Claw right at the start of the stage. Because it is going to be very important here.
You know me, the fighting freak Knuckles, and we're at Pumpkin Hill. You ready? I ain't gonna let it get to me. I'm just gonna creep down at Pumpkin Hill. I got the I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to
Oh, that's just rude, Ghost. Ghost Train Mountain, Forgotten Hut.
This probably seems crazy, graveyard theory. I go try to
I don't remember my way around this level, but I do remember what Ghost Train Mountain looks like. It's a mountain, it's got a ghost train. You get something if you find all the animals in the stage, right? Near the base. Well, we're pretty low here, so... Ah! Yeah, this level has some updrafts that'll prevent you from dying in all of the bottomless pits, but... or some of them. Oh boy, that's a little weird to phrase. You can't die in every bottomless pit, but not every bottomless pit necessarily has the updraft, is what I want to say. And the hut on the cliff. Well, I mean, we... those. Is this the wrong Ghost Train Mountain? It's something if you get all the Chow Box. Okay, so I was mistaken. I thought that was horizontal, but that was before I got over there. This is going to break those cage blocks. Well, I mean, it's got a ghost train. It would make sense if it was, but it might not be. I probably should find the Omochao who tells me that. But you're probably going to tell me this is it.
This rocket will take you to Pumpkin Mountain.
Okay, so Pumpkin Mountain is not where we're going. Is it this one? Here we go. We're getting some pink. There we go.
2 more left.
We only goofed that up horribly. I haven't played 20 years or so. Yeah, that will definitely do it. It's been less time than that for me, but it's definitely... Jeez, I think this is before I went to university I last played this. Back before I decided to pursue philosophy for my degree. It's closer. Digging into the wall over the exclamation point. Rats.
All right.
Close enough. Knuckles needs a vacation. Absolutely. Needs to be able to go somewhere where he doesn't gotta find all the pieces of the Master Emerald. King of the Hill. That. We're gonna go meet. We're gonna go get some propane and propane accessories.
I'm just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere.
Can't deal with that right now.
On my head, 'cause I have no fear. This body seems crazy, crazy. Graveyard theory. I ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, trying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to.
Under the car that fires a kid. Is that the thing that we just killed earlier? I'm willing to bet it is. I just don't remember 100% where that was. Oh no. Ah! Heck. Where am I? Other than not in a place with great camera angles, that's sort of the norm. It is still the early 2000s. Camera control can take a bit. And see, I can't do anything with the right stick. Let's go get one more hint. We're not getting a great score here anyway, so who am I kidding? Ghost Train Mountain, glide toward the balloon. Well, the balloon might not be there anymore is the problem. Ah! There we go. Back on this thing, which is not correct, but hey, now that's just rude. Oh, we heard that. We heard that one earlier. That thing. Our island platform thing. Yeah, good point. Good point. Well, here's a balloon. That's not the one we're looking for in all likelihood, but at this point, it's something. We're towards the middle now. This one's Pumpkin Mountain. That. Just gonna creep down in Pumpkin Hill. I gotta find my lost piece. I know that it's here. I can sense it in my feet. Great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. Cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy. Graveyard theory. Our ghosts try to approach me and got leery. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second. I'm walking through valleys, trying pumpkin in the alley. Didn't seem happy, but they sure tried to get me. The other thing is that since it said King of the Hill, I'm thinking it's very high up. But I don't know for sure, because unfortunately I already killed the thing that would give us the most help there, which would be the gun car. Take near the low chow box, it might be. Again, here. Well, I didn't break any of the chow boxes, so at least there's that. So as soon as we catch sight of that, we can try using that as a centralizing feature for ourselves. This is probably the wrong way. Where am I?
Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down in Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I can sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's around somewhere. I'm gonna hold my head, cause I have no fear. This probably seems crazy, a graveyard theory. I ghosts try to approach me and got weary. Ask him a question and he vanished in a second.
I've lost my sense of direction. Hang on a second, I need to go up. So I can have a vantage point.
I'm hearing someone saying you a chicken, don't be scared. It had to be the wind, cause nobody wasn't there. I searched and I searched as I climbed up the wall. And then I started to fly, I went in deeper. Let it get to me, I'm just gonna creep. Down Pumpkin Hill, I got to find my lost piece. I know that it's here, I sense it in my feet. The great emerald's power allows me to feel. I can't see a thing, but it's
Yes, thank you, camera, for the massive snap like that. Oh, okay, I see. There's another one. It's closer. Well,
found him.
Nothing to worry about. There was a different tank and a different balloon. As we get no time bonus because we took 11 minutes on that. Wow.
I have to try.
Wow. I got confused. It happens.
Citizens of Earth.
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog's a bitch-ass motherfucker, etc., etc. I can't remember what the other one is, except that it's also very funny.
Now witness the beginning of the greatest empire of all time.
Look! Half of the moon is gone?
Eggman! Oh, that creep never gives up.
But how did he manage to harness all that energy?
But somehow blowing up half of the moon has, like, no effect whatsoever on anything real going on Earth. Aside from, you know, freaking a couple people out and all that.
The Chaos Emeralds are like magic. They have the power to attract each other. I can use that to find where Eggman is.
Freeze! Put your hands up in the air and get off the ground!
I'll take care of the police while you try and find a way out of here. Find Eggman.
Got it!
The three of you? That means me, too! Hey, wait!
Ah, right, this one. Where the road starts falling apart on us a lot. This can be a bit of a pain, but a lot of the Tales levels have a lot of stuff that'll cause us some problems. Holes in the ground and all that. Oh no, we are moved off to the side path. I don't think we can skip that until we pick up the jet boost here. Yeah, the booster. There we go. This is gonna help us get across those wide gaps. The streets are a mess, by the way. Like, What's the deal? I guess at the very least, some of this is clearly designed as suspension bridge, but wow. Ouch. Where'd my bonus go from that combo? Is it 'cause I took damage? It probably is. Oh wow, okay. That's rude. I went too fast, so I got blowed up. Oh no. Ah, right, I remember how this goes. We go that way, break the cave blocks. Rouge, we will get there at some point. Oops. Thought I could get around that, but apparently only if you play good. Who knew 7 levels in they're gonna stop fucking around with you? Oh, those are a little oversensitive. Okay. Okay, buddy. Sure, I see what you're doing. I don't like it, but I see it. Where the hell am I? Tails levels are usually pretty bad compared to Eggman's. Yeah, I would say that they absolutely do give... They definitely give Doc the better levels by a nice chunk. I mean, they give him Cosmic Wall, which is just really, really fun. And what does Tails get in return? Eternal Engine? Ah! Fuck! Apparently you're not allowed to insult that in this game. Okay, we can't go that way. Meteor Herd is badly designed too, but it's a different kind of bad design. Like, because in that level you're getting bombarded in most of the open areas, so that sucks. Meanwhile, Mad Space is a type of bad design where it's like, hey, you know one of the driving mechanics of the level, well, we're gonna turn it on its head a little bit here to variable effect. I'll read messages in a second. I see they're moving, but I do want to finish this level. And we're almost there. Yeah, Shadow does have some pretty hardcore jank to a lot of his stuff. That is definitely a true sentiment.
That was easy.
In particular, when it comes to the copy characters, I think that it's fairly clear that the intent was basically that Tails, Rouge, and Shadow were probably a little bit tacked on, I guess. Oh boy, we get another Knuckles level this fast. Wow. I'm gonna pause at the start of this.
I didn't expect the inside of the mines to
talk.
Be like this.
Because otherwise I'm going to get distracted by this super easily. So it definitely feels like those are kind of a little bit tacked on, because Tails gets a cart level instead of one of his regular levels, and Rouge gets a cart level instead of one of her regular levels. Meanwhile, Shadow, they just are like, oh hey, by the way, you're going to be -2 levels. Haha, sucker. Which, I mean, the way that they accomplished a lot of the Shadow levels, fair enough, but also, you know, I would prefer more of the running type of levels in this game just in general, because, well, they clearly are the strong suit of the franchise. What you got for me? Guardian of the Switch. Nintendo itself.
If you throw the switch, the water level might change. Try it.
Ah, yes, we got this level where we have this gimmick going on. Well, we had some better pings further up, like in this way. Maybe we want to set that back down. Yeah, I'm setting the water level back up. Yeah, that is also a thing that is just kind of a... Oh, I didn't mean to hit that, but thank you for saying high up, I guess. Is it going to be inside of one of the machines, or is it going to be up even higher? Yeah, there's always been a little bit of jank with the radar in both of the... Right. There we go.
2 more left.
So, 2 of the Sonic Adventure games, I say that like there's actually, you know, more than 2 in a real sense. That, I mean, technically I guess Sonic 06 is kind of like Sonic Adventure 3. It's probably going to upset some people because I know that the Sonic Adventure games are very well regarded, and, you know, for reasons that are not necessarily impossible to understand a lot of the time. Switch number 3, so I think we can do that from up here, possibly. Anyway, Sonic Adventure 1 and 2 both had some search levels in them, and they were pretty jank a lot of the time with regard to the radar in various ways. There we go.
1 more left.
Oh, thank you for the... Why is there double... that's a good question. But I've been having some jank with that over time anyway. I don't know why it does that. Like, before I thought it was because, oh, hey, I had the layout tab open in my browser, but I don't have that open anymore, so it certainly shouldn't be doing that anymore. Really, I'm determined to play only bad games on this stream. Well, listen, we'll be playing something at least vaguely more palatable sometime next year, hopefully, but... You know, I feel like this is the note that this year deserves to go out on. We'll put it that way. Catching up with chat. Give me a second here. Listen, I needed a good response to that one. Oh, I did not know that Sonic Unleashed was called Sonic Adventure World in Japan. That's very, very interesting. Sonic 06, yeah, I guess, well, I don't know, it's not the most adventure-like, Sonic game, but I feel that there's at least a little bit going to it, but of course, mostly people just remember Sonic 06 for being unbelievably bad, and, I mean, Sonic 06, wasn't there some group that was doing sort of a PC port of Sonic 06 that they were just doing as a private thing? They probably got DMCA'd, but that I seem to recall being a thing, and I recall seeing it and thinking it looked pretty good. On the other hand, I never personally played it, so yeah. Sonic Unleashed is a very weird game from my very limited understanding regarding it. One person in the group is buried. There's only 3 in our team game. Yeah. Sonic Unleashed. Yeah, I haven't played Sonic Unleashed very much, but I seem to remember one major thing about it, which was that the Werehog levels were very long. Like, absurdly so compared to the rest of the game, the running levels. Which, spending too long in a single level, Sonic games are usually known for having some short levels, which is why notable exceptions tend to be massive feel-bad moments. Like, for example, one of the worst levels in classic Sonicdom is, without a shadow of a doubt, Sandopolis Act 2. And that level takes fucking forever. I don't really think that there's a good way to get around that taking fucking foreverness, either. Which, I mean, unless somebody wants to come in here and be like, hey, yeah, by the way, actually. At which point I'll be like, well, yeah, okay, fair enough. Alright, so... Oh, that, whoops. Didn't even realize that. Somewhere in this area, or is it going to be below there? A second. I don't know how to get underneath this area. Let's try hitting that spring up there. That's going to send us nowhere near where we need to go. The problem is I have a basic idea as to where it is, I just don't know how to get there. We going through this furnace? Nope. Let's just check the last screen. We're behind the caution sign that warns about the ghosts. Well, we can find that eventually. That's not it. Oh, okay, right. We gotta go down this way. And go around, I suppose. Or is this not it? Oh boy, this! Well, you know what? I'm willing to take a mulligan on this particular shard if we fuck this up, so okay.
Sometimes I wanna just chill and laugh, but I'm the protector of the emeralds and gems.
There we go, the air necklace. Now we don't have to worry about drowning. I wasn't even specifically like, hey, I'm gonna go get this. I just thought that I had to for this. Aquatic Mine is a level that... God, there's a lot of hidden shit here, isn't there? We managed to avoid drown... Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mark. I love Metal Gear. It's a franchise. Sure is, isn't it? Actually, seriously, Metal Gear Solid is a pretty great series. It's just very easy to meme about because, well, Kojima does it to himself. Yeah, the drowning music is definitely not a great time for anybody involved. Okay, so I guess there's going to be a caution basket up here. Right, because I remember that there's this area that's like always at least a little bit damp. Oh no, the water does drain out all the way if you do that. Didn't even know that. Amazing. Alright, so in the middle of these skulls, basically. Corner. There we go.
I found him.
That's entirely fair, Mark. I can understand that.
I have to try harder.
Aquatic Ruin Zone. Aquatic Ruin Zone is... It's one of those levels where you just will get blown off path very easily. At least Act 2, where it's like, oh, I'm really not supposed to be here. How do I get back?
Maybe Eggman took the emeralds into outer space.
Outer space?
And if that's not the game that has an Aquapolis zone, where is there a zone called Aquapolis?
Knuckles.
Hey guys, long time no see.
It's a thing that exists in a Sonic game, I think.
Looking for the Master Emerald
It's just a
pieces was
different game
tougher
entirely,
than
and
I
I'm
thought
an
it would be.
idiot.
Where are we anyway? Hey, where are you going?
Move aside, Knuckles.
I managed to find the transcripts between Eggman and the President in the government computer. I'm following the President's limo right now. If we get into the limo, we can trace the call to find Eggman.
Okay, let's meet up there.
It appears to be a Pokemon-related thing. Probably a card game set, then?
The President must be over there. Let's go.
Chemical Plant. I'll read that in a second after I'm done with this. Or I guess I can look at it now. Yeah, Chemical Plant Zone. That's one, though. At the very least, you know what you have to do with Chemical Plant Zone. It's just a matter of actually getting it done. Which can often be really tough. Because there's a lot of pressure on you, and the jumps can be a little bit, you don't have a ton of room for error. Probably a little mean for level 2 of a game, but on the other hand, it never seemed so bad, mostly because I've played a lot of, I've played a decent chunk of Sonic by then.
Tails, did you find the President?
The drowning... I feel like it's probably the Sonic with the least drowning is that one. Then again, Sonic 1 has a whole 3-stage water zone, and it brings back the water in the end, and they are pretty confusing areas. And Sonic 3 just has water in like every Act 2, basically. Plus Hydro City. Meanwhile, Sonic 2's water zones are pretty short and reasonably straightforward. Wing Fortress Zone is the laser thing, right? That's one that I seem to remember characters who weren't Sonic having a little bit of trouble getting a good jump to actually deal with it, so that's understandable. Sonic 1 I played after the other two, I think, probably, but realizing I don't think I have a copy of Sonic 1 on cartridge anywhere. I mean, I have a couple of versions on various
Mr. President, reports show that since the incident 3 hours ago, the country is in turmoil. Our financial communities are impacted, and our satellite communications are down. An emergency meeting has been called. Mr. President, this is a national crisis.
Spare me the details. Exactly.
This guy's far too young
what
to
is
be a
it that you
president.
want?
Young looking anyway.
Dr. Eggman. Well, let's just get down to business then, shall we, Mr. President? I won't bore you with all the details since I know you are a very busy man. Mr. President, my demands are quite simple. Surrender to the Eggman Empire and make no attempts to resist. Otherwise, your country will cease to exist. You have 24 hours to give me your answer.
No way!
What the?
Sonic,
Empire. Yeah, right.
What the heck's going on here?
Don't worry,
no.
Mr. President.
What did you
Everything's
do?
under control. Just leave it to us. Got it, Tails?
I got it! He's transmitting from the space colony Ark.
Okay.
Oh, neat.
Let's move it.
Wait up, Sonic!
Hey, you, wait!
Mr. President, we're receiving an incoming signal from our agent.
Inside that pyramid?
I saw Eggman go inside the pyramid. And more importantly, I saw that Batgirl go inside with him as well. But you saw them too, right?
Yeah!
Should be able to get into outer space from there. I don't know what this space colony is all about, but I'll find and destroy that cannon, and then kick their Imperial butts.
All right.
I'll go and find the entrance!
Ah, yes, another not Sonic stage in a row. I forgot about this one, actually.
Okay. Yeah!
clearly we want to go into the shadowed area where it's a little bit more difficult to do anything. No, I think that just leads to a hate. Expensive mead, nice. And of course, because these are Robotnik's robots, they all have little animals inside of them that we can free by blowing them up. Somehow it does not hurt the small animals. Well, alright then. Everything's fine, then I guess everything's fine. I know, right? How does he, like, do that? Does not even care. Wait a second, how do I get that? Where am I going? Spring here. And there's the block snapping back into reality thanks to the draw distance. And can I shoot through the... No, because they're the metal boxes. I can also just walk off the edge. I think that might help us. That was an accident, but it might prove to be useful. If you can do nothing else, reset your position. And sometimes it requires you to die, but it works, it works. Just hold the jump button. There we go. Yeah, that might help us get better height. But, on the other hand, instead, what we did was we died. Oh, missed that one somehow. Whoops. But I think there's one more target we could have gotten there, and we actually did get it. Well, how about that? There we go. This time we just didn't screw up. Much easier that way. Here they're showing us the Orby enemies from the old Sonic games. They gotta bring back a couple elements of the old stuff every once in a while. Just to remind you, oh hey, by the way, you are playing a Sonic game. I know this isn't the super fast level, but you are in fact playing a Sonic game. Hey! Oh yeah, we got a couple of those things hanging out. True. Tails was never exactly the speed member of the group. I mean, you'd think he'd do pretty well in the underwater levels, too. Just let his tails, you know, spin up and... away he goes. But that never actually happened. I don't think we got the robot that was dropping bombs. That's okay. The Chao Garden is a lot of fun. That's something that I cannot complain about. Yeah, Tails just doggy paddles in whatever water levels he's in. I'm going to assume that what happened is... One second here.
Very good.
Wow, somehow we still got a B rank out of that? Are you kidding me? Amazing. I'm going to assume that what happened is that nobody thought of it at any point at Sega, because Sega, well, Sega can sometimes be incredibly absent-minded. Like, there's just sometimes a lot of things that are like, oh, hey, this is super obvious that we could have done. Oh, we forgot to. Alright, we got the bounce bracelet. This will let us get a little more height by mostly ruining our forward momentum. But also, hey, it's the bounce from the bubble shield from Sonic 3, so I always appreciate that. I kind of wish it actually made the bouncing sound effect of though. That actually, that's one thing that I'm kind of surprised that never really took off as well. Saying that, they're kind of flighty about what nostalgic sound effects they use, because of course they use the ring sound effect, but they don't bring back the da 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 life you know, fanfare until I think something similar to that is in Sonic Mania, and the ring sound is the same, but otherwise there's not much else. I guess the checkpoint sound too, but hey. Okay, dude, come on. But yeah, the one in particular that I was thinking of is the spring sound effect. Sometime into the 3D era, they changed it for something that is more like a pinball bumper type of sound effects, at least to me. And I dislike it. You jerk. These ghosts suck, by the way. Just want to put that out there. Oh, that'd be something, that's for sure. Really? Oh, I'm sure, but still, those ones suck. Oh, oops. For some reason, I thought that gave you height. It does not. Fuck! I don't want to die here. Not because of some chicken walker shooting me at a stupid angle that somehow kills me. Sneaked under there. I don't know that I deserve to get away with that, but we sure did. 5:29. That's not a bad time for me doing this level, but I'm sure the game's gonna be like, "Heh, you're terrible." Let's see rank.
Just made it.
I'm kind of surprised. I usually garbage that up pretty badly. But now we're gonna get into. Is this where we segue into Knuckles level?
Looks like we're heading toward the center of the base.
That egghead sure loves mechanical things, doesn't he? I'll bet he has one or two spaceships flying around here somewhere.
If I recall correctly, we just finished level 11, right? So
no problem. We can
Knuckles.
find it. Right, Knuckles?
What? Why do I have to find the key?
We're counting on you, buddy. The world.
And then Tails, and then 2 Sonic levels. One of which sucks, and the other. Oh wait, no, there's another Knuckles level in there. Right, yeah. Knuckles, Tails, Knuckles. Oh boy, this is exactly the part of the game that you all come from. What was that? Pattern Shorts. Oh yeah, we can't open that yet. We have to go find the hammer arm or whatever it's called. There we go. The hammer gloves.
Get the hammer glove and use them to break open the steel containers.
This is Knuckles, and you have reached the death chamber.
Blue stripes on the side. That's not exactly the most helpful thing still. I'm probably just going to end up going for all 3 hints in all of these. Just because this level is one that I really, really suck at. Oop, didn't have enough momentum there. Stone statue and pyramid core. It's got to be towards the center, right? That only makes sense with the name Pyramid Core. Yeah, the end game, the end game of this is not, well, endgame is not even necessarily 100% true, because that's only the case for the hero story, because there's still the dark story and the final story. Land, please. Dumbass. I'm the one who's the dumbass here, so yeah, gotta tell me. Oh, do we have red pings for a second? We did not. We just had fucked rhythm for a second, basically. Yeah, so the last part of the hero campaign is pretty dire for the most part. I mean, yeah, a lot of this game is, like, not good, but oh boy. This is a decent Knuckles level, really. I mean, in as much as if I conceptually actually like this, I would like it. Unfortunately, the problem comes from the fact that I would rather put nails in my eyes than actually play this, and yet here we are. Let me tell you about a thing that I'm not going to be streaming, because I'm pretty sure that if I do that, Twitch will actually ban me. That, and I kind of need my eyes for, like, actual things, too. On the other hand, it's clearly been pointed out that I do play a lot of terrible games on here, so I mean, a little bit of self-loathing is not necessarily the most surprising thing, I guess. Is the opposite of what I need. It's okay, I'll make up for it by playing even worse games next year. Who wants to see me stream Limbo of the Lost? Actually, saying that, I did want to a couple years ago. Back when I graduated from university, I did a couple of streams of bad games, because originally it was going to be like, hey, it's a joke, I'm celebrating something good happening in my life with bad games, and then I just ended up streaming garbage constantly. Anyway, I actually did try to track down a copy digitally. I'm not going to pay actual money for a copy of Limbo of the Lost, not without winning the fucking lottery, because those are expensive, and I couldn't find it. Which is almost unfortunate, but on the other hand, maybe for the better that the internet has, like, tried to scrub itself clean of having the actual game anywhere. Because perhaps that shouldn't be out there. Like, there are some things that have involved such crime in their creation and are so bad that even stealing them is not worth it. And we're gonna restart here because I need a new set of clues. Play Shaq Fu. I actually have a copy of Shaq Fu for the Genesis, so I may actually be able to do that. Again, depends a lot on how argumentative the Genesis is with my capture units. So I would like to note that anything regarding Shaq Fu would probably remain incredibly theoretical at this point, but in theory, I could do that, and I could do it on real hardware. On the other hand, well, yeah, exactly. I mean, I can plug the Genesis into my television and it'll work fine. Unsurprisingly. I can, you know, the same applies to all the other consoles that I've ever had any issues with the capture box and actually capturing them. Because I've had some issues like that with the NES and the SNES, and they work just fine plugged into the television. But when I plug them into the capture box and they come out of the output,
Alright.
I tend to get an issue where the visual just freezes. Always on the TV, and often on the other thing too. Like, it'll just lock up. Which, obviously, that's going to cause a bit of a problem for playing and for streaming. And since the capture device that I use is, it's an Elgato Game Capture HD, a fairly old one. So, it outputs the video at, like, the proper timing and everything, but you may notice occasionally that, like, I'm basically beating my own commentary in a race sometimes, like, or my commentary is a little fast relative to the gameplay, that it's because the video end that goes onto OBS Studio and then gets streamed onto the internet and all of that, it encodes it to H.264 before it does that, so even in my preview, it's a couple of seconds behind. Like, I just faded in right there, and I've been faded in for 2 seconds. Actually, I guess next time I go through a digging wall, I'll say something. And you'll be able to understand for yourself what that delay is. Oh, hey. Oh, no slip under for us. And yeah, there's the other thing, is that as much as the idea of, like, streaming terrible games for the memes and the comedy of it is certainly a thing that I'm not above doing, I do kind of have some upper limits of how bad a game can get. Like, I do think that some parts of this game are actually still completely socially acceptable. Meanwhile, Shaq Fu is fucking Shaq Fu. Shaq Fu has been a running joke for millions of years among gamers for a reason. Even among people who haven't played it. They're actually right about that one. Anyway, for those of you who are like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm looking for the room with the bat statue in it because I saw the clue and that was my immediate thought, but unfortunately, you can tell the map is not good at telling you where any of that shit is. Oh, thanks for eating my shield, you dick. Thanks. Fuck you, Omochao.
That hurts. I'm mad at you. I'm not going to help you anymore.
I find it funny that Omochao is lecturing me for the fact that it got hit by the 10-ton weight. That's not my fault at all. Anyway, let's check a screen here. Small room with green walls. Well, we got that nailed down. Let's go look for another. I shouldn't even care about points or time or any of that shit. Path to the core to the green room. Wait a second. It's the inward path, huh? And I was just getting basically a false positive in that room.
It's closer.
There we go. I see it now. Well, that was a pretty bad job on my part. Well, glad you pet your dog. Nice to have you back. Hope everything's going well. I'm looking for a screen so I can get a hint. Details. That's not quite helpful. The cuddle monster, yeah. Sounds like a lot of dogs I know. Oh, doggo. Anyway, getting distracted by someone else's dog and I don't even get to see. Whoa. Ah, yes, here's the inflatable ghost again. Inflatable? I don't know why that was the phrase I was looking for, but okay. Damn it! Hey, get on the pillar. Oh, how cute. 2 red flames. That might be a useful... Yeah, so maybe go this way. Down we go, down we go, down we go. Bromch. Ah! Oh no! My rings. Oh, I got something back. Alright, so we're getting some pings. I think we gotta go that way. Dig into the 3 scorpion plates. Jerk Orby. Oh man. It's almost like some of these concepts don't work as well in 3D. Okay, gotcha. It's over here. It's closer. Get in the middle.
One more left.
Scared of traffic cones. Oh. I mean, a lot of noisy stuff happens around traffic cones usually, so. Your dog's anything like any dog I've ever known. I mean, 4 pillars. Oh, that's not helpful. It's amazingly unhelpful because there's a lot of pillars here. Excuse me. Halloween and Christmas decorations. Okay, where's my other screen so I can just get another hint? Secret room that you can enter from the area next to the blue. Alright. Blue room. We're gonna want to go this way then, right? That just locks that for... Oh, I thought there was a path going here, because that might be the Rouge version of this level. Pause for a second. So... that might be a little more useful. Camera? Might be this way. This is one of those things where if I learned the level a little better, I'd probably be able to actually pull this off, but... on the other hand, I have not done so, so... Ow! Okay. Okay. I guess we'll do this the other way, jeez. The game is not amused by me and my bullshit. Oh,
it's closer.
Well, we're like right here. 2 flames. 4 pillars. Dig. Got it.
I found him.
Sub 12. I will take that for not having played this one in forever. I don't really play this level a lot, but I think it's probably an okay one as Knuckles levels go. I've certainly played worse in this game, and will continue to play worse in this game, that's for sure.
Huh? Who's there? What the... A ghost?
Yeah, the hints just absolutely obliterate your boss fight, which is why at first I was like, oh, I'm going to avoid doing that, and then eventually I was just like, yeah, fuck it. Anyway, yeah, oh boy, the Tails versus Eggman round 2 is some shit. This fight, this is a mess. This one is like, hey, make sure you monitor your position a little bit, and I'll show you why for anybody who's never seen this before. While this dude is throwing ectoplasms at us from behind his ear. If you get too far behind him before he starts breathing that wall of fire, then turns around and it's just like, hey, yeah, your attack pattern starts over. The voice sounds are really dumb. Really? Motherfucker. Yeah, it's a big part of why this fight sucks is because you spend so much time completely out of sight of the attack patterns too, that they're very hard to learn. And no, I'm pretty sure you cannot get multiple hits on King Boom Boom per phase because, like, look at how fast this motherfucker is running. Alright, you think that Eggman said about Shadow the Hedgehog? Stop doing your shark attack. Stop throwing fireballs from behind your ear. God, just be done with your attack pattern. So that way I can kill your ass. There we go. That's how you kill a ghost. I ain't afraid of no annoying ass boss fight. Hey, you go ahead and have a nice rest.
What a hassle.
Who knows? I may still be here later. I did intend to go a little long today, and it's probably going to take us at least 3 hours just to do the hero story.
That was pretty rough.
We did it! Let's go, Amy!
Yeah!
You little thieves. Did you really think you could get out of here alive?
Come and get some, Eggman. Leave it to me.
This time, as well as the Chaos Emerald, I call on you to destroy these.
Turn the vocals down. I like this song, but still. Oh, look at this thing. I'm surprised its facial texture looks halfway decent. Fun fact, that song was actually... They stuck that into Phantasy Star Online 2 for the Easter event. Because even more than PSO1, Sega has spent a lot of time in PSO2 just like, hey, look at all these cool games we used to make with a lot of their promotions. Then crossing over with Sword Art Online, Attack on Titan, Nier Automata, you know. All the greatest hits. Hey. And meanwhile, of course, once we start climbing on the Egg Golem's boss fight, it just sort of stands there and takes it. It's like, I'm not going to do anything about this. I actually like that attack. That looks pretty neat. Like, it's a very simple attack, but just, I like the way the animation looks. Yeah, this fight in Dark Story is... Well, it's completely different, really. Because you play as Eggman instead of Sonic. And so instead of platforming, you shoot it. A lot. Alright, only one more hit to go. Sucker! And the Egg Golem just got rocked.
Nice try, Rocky.
Oh, even he's making rock puns. Thanks a lot, Sonic. Sonic.
Green light for launch. Primary engine ignition on. Beginning liftoff countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shuttle liftoff.
So this is the space colony where Eggman is hiding.
Is everyone all right? We should be landing soon.
The hatch doors are
Don't
open.
sweat it, Knuckles. The only thing in the cargo bay are those
What do you
Master
mean, don't
Emeralds.
sweat it?
Right?
Land the
Knock
shuttle
it
and
off,
let me
Knuckles.
out.
Oh no.
This thing, if you keep that up. Oh no! Don't touch that lever!
Well, rip the Master Emerald.
What's up with that knucklehead anyway? Trying to take over the shuttle. I thought we were toast for sure. Huh? Where did he go now?
Looks like he bailed.
This place looks deserted. Dusty, too.
gonna go get those emerald
This
stones,
place was shut
probably.
down about 50 years ago because of a terrible accident. The first Bernoulli spherical space colony, called ARC. When it was operational, it was the most advanced research center of its kind. But looking at it now...
Now it's an abandoned ARC.
I have no idea about that whatsoever. I know very, very little about Sonic X.
We've got to hurry. Let's find the cannon and destroy it.
Yeah! Someone designed that weapon to be impenetrable from outside attacks. Its defense shields are super strong, so we have to find a way to destroy it from
Isn't
inside.
that a Chaos Emerald?
It looks like it, doesn't it? But in fact, it's a fake one I created after researching the real emerald. It has the same wavelength and properties, but it's less powerful than the real one. It's designed to reverse the energy field inside the Chaos Emeralds and blow up. It looks so real, even a machine can't tell the difference. I'll find the power supply and destroy it. Sonic, you find the control room, okay?
So the plan is, we'll switch the Chaos...
That sounds like a complete load of bullshit, Tails, but you know what? Okay, I'm not gonna even try to argue with this one.
I hate you. You guys always leave me behind and have all the fun.
Oh no, Amy's gonna get kidnapped again. Unfortunately, this time it's not by Metal Sonic and we don't get to do a sweet race like in Sonic CD, but... Sonic CD would probably have been a better game to play than this one, but...
Okay.
At the very least, Sonic CD has more good material to it, proportionally speaking. Not necessarily in terms of total content, because obviously this game is like orders of magnitude larger than Sonic CD, but Sonic CD has like one bad zone, maybe? Otherwise, the whole fucking game rules. Also, this theme particularly reminds me of, like, a bit of, like, a Mega Man X level. I mean, not perfect or... Oh, fuck. Yeah, this is the part of the level where things get really irritating. You have to be careful not to shoot the bombs. Unfortunately, careful is not how we operate around here. So... Don't let go of the button. Oh hey, we actually picked up the Chow Garden key this time. That's because I didn't even notice it. It also adapted Sonic Battle Team. I'm gonna be honest, I thought Sonic X was like its own thing. I didn't know that it was straight up adapting games until just now. Like, I know some parts of the Archie comics adapted some of the games, but that's because I've been exposed to a while back for some reason, and I don't know why this happened or how exactly YouTube managed to figure out that, oh hey, that is something that would actually appeal to me. But YouTube started recommending me a bunch of videos about the Archie comics, and in particular, how fucking weird of a dude Ken Penders was, and frankly still is. But of course now he's not working on a Sonic comic anymore. He just... Nobody tell him that the Lara Sue Chronicles isn't, you know, an actual Sonic thing. Let him live in his own little world. Fuck. Hey, okay, can you, like, actually take a damn hit? Wow. Shit, these enemies are really nasty. Okay, fine, that's rude. That's better. Okay, so, these things, I think we basically just want to face away from them, or it varies depending on the particular enemy. Yeah, these things just really suck. The sphere ones are usually not so bad, but the ones that are actually, like, stuck to the floor are just the fucking pits. Kill those. Switch? I think I heard a switch sound. Oh no, we can go through here. Ouch. Hey. Well, on the other hand, you know, we were talking earlier about the health bar thing in the shooting levels. I do at least like being able to sponge a few hits. Especially if cheap shots like that are going to happen so regularly. And we get the bazooka! This will let us break the iron crates using our little B button gun here. Pew, 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 pew! The shot looks a little different, but we never really got a good, like, up-close look at the regular shot anyway, so... Also, I appreciate the fact that this is just like a space colony and they just have plain old just TNT packs strapped to things. Not even like any sort of specialized plastic explosive or anything remotely high-tech, just something out of the 1870s. You know, something that Wile E. Coyote would have attached to some sort of handle. And we're floating across here. I was not expecting this. Hey. Alright, so here they want us to float down in order to dodge these laser patterns. But honestly, well, A, the artificial chaos is much more worrying, and B, nah. I don't feel like it.
Damn, I found the controller.
Alright, so in here, We gotta shoot all these targets out. Pause for a second. Got an itch spot there. Ugh. Ooh, boy. This would be a great place for us to score some points, so I'm going to assume that an A rank in this level is not going to be an easy thing. Especially because our timer, we're like 7 minutes 40. We're basically about the length of an average Pink Floyd song going through this level. And we died once. Yeah, see, we got a D rank on that for a score like we had. That'd be a tough level to A rank. It's not going to be quite as inflated of a max score as, say, Cosmic Wall, which has something like 80,000 that you need to break in order to get the A rank. I have no idea what any of my Chao World stuff is like here, but also, hey, look. They actually do let you do the tails flying thing in the game. That's neat. And the fact that you can just maintain your height like this probably makes it technically the most broken in the entire series. You just can't do anything with it. We're just gonna hop out of there because we just want to play through the main game here. Chao stuff can happen some other time.
Okay, Sonic. Now put that emerald.
Tails, tell Sonic to meet you back at the research facility.
Sonic,
Now.
Amy is.
I didn't get that, Tails. What happened to Amy? Tails.
Sonic, don't forget to do the thing. Also, the cutoff sound clip. And oh look, we're going back in time about 45 minutes as we go to Meteor Herd. Oh, this level, this one, we can get picked off randomly and it sucks.
It feels good floating. That jumping higher would be a breeze here.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of things here. Where am I at? Is there a screen somewhere so I can get some hints and I can just try to rush this down?
It feels good floating. That jumping higher would be a breeze here.
Okay, wow, that's rude. Yeah, that's the thing that I forgot about entirely, is that sometimes the rocks will just sort of, like, stick to the ground, basically. Alright. Our huge storage area, so we probably want to go up from here. The inverted blue tower and the steel tower on the ground. Square stone platform near the huge ears. Alright, well, up we go. Heard a rocket go online. This is gonna be too high up, I think. Okay, yes, these are the containers. Alright, so it's going to be on a dirt platform here. There we go. Nice. Fell right into that. That made things very, very easy for us. Looking for a telescreen. Show us some hints. On top of the sealed drilling tower. So, would that be this thing? I guess? Because I'm thinking like an oil derrick or something, and I don't know what the closest thing around to that would be around here. Spring. I see another screen. Let's take the hint. Again, we're not really trying for A ranks here at all. Am I getting the upgrade? I don't remember what the upgrade is. This is just a thing that we're doing for fun, though, so probably not. Fun, I say. Remember some of the shit that I said earlier this stream about this type of level? Yeah. If we were going to do a more serious playthrough of this, like if I was going to make this into an actual series, then by all means I'd be like exploring everything in depth, especially if I was going to go for all emblems. Jazz speedruns. One of the small towers around the bottom. Okay, I'll take a... Well, we're getting pings. I think we pretty much nailed it. Thank you for the hint very much. The sunglass. Oh, right, yeah, to be able to scan things. So that may be something we have to get, too. Because those are used to find invisible objects. And there's the snipe, by the way. For anybody who is waiting for the meteor snipe, thank you for the hint there, Jazz Speedruns. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for watching. Try digging while watching the moon. You can send a rock into one of the huge towers side so you know volcanic part. Oh, right. Like that? No, that didn't hit. Like one of the falling rocks or one of the standing rocks? Right. I was doing the right thing. Okay. Just making sure. Big platform with 6 circles. I've seen that earlier. Oh, well, there's one of them. Here's the thing, if I was a cleverer person, I would have... There's gotta be guides out there that are like, hey, by the way, here's what all these things mean. Basically, because they're... Like, surely somebody has been smart enough to do that. In fact, I would assume so just from this... Fuck. It's from the speedrunning community. Yeah, that's what I was...
Use your punch to break it.
Or whatever it is in that case, I believe it's gone, my friend. Alright. Dig while watching the moon. It's gonna be... It's closer. Dang it! I ran off the edge! That's okay, this is a pretty easy recovery to make. If the camera doesn't flip out when you're doing it, because then that becomes a bit more of a problem. Yeah, I've never remembered to actually... Crap. I've never remembered to go look it up. I keep thinking about that whenever I think about this game, which admittedly is less often than I, act like, but... Definitely, again, if this was something that I was going to be doing a full playthrough of, like, all the emblems and everything, I would have to grab that, just that way I could, make short work of the time trial ones. Oh, right, it's right over here. Right, remember the place where I... Oh, no, it's on the side, right? Speaking of oh, no, right? We're because we're playing as Knuckles. Oh no! That's better. Well, thank you very much for your assistance on that one, Jazz. I appreciate it. You can tell, haven't played this game whatsoever in years. And that said, less than 8 minutes for that level, for not having touched this game in a while, doesn't seem like it's a bad deal. Oh boy, we're going to go fight Robotnik now, aren't we? I'm pretty sure this is where the... Oh no, we fight Rouge, and then I'm pretty sure... And then we have Crazy Gadget, and then we fight Eggman, like, right afterwards.
That's a good one. Your Emerald. Talking to you is a waste of time.
Rouge, we haven't had a chance to put the duct tape on them, so...
You want to play? I will take it from you.
Ring back, please. Up we go. She's probably a level up from here, isn't she? Having that vent on makes this fight really hard for us to drill dives. Okay, yeah. Oh, that worked pretty good. I just had to line that up a little better at the end.
Emerald.
Gotcha. Well, thank you once again.
Stop fooling around and give me back my emerald.
What are you babbling about? Call yourself a hunter attacking a lady? Shame on you.
What kind of lady goes around stealing gems anyway?
Those belong to me.
Yeah, the final fight is set up completely differently, so that would be something that it would be a little hard to do that in that fight.
Keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch me.
Is that how you say thanks to someone who just saved your life?
Saving my life. Don't think I owe you one. You just wanted to hold my hand, didn't you? That's why you saved me. You're such a creep.
This isn't a joke, you know. Think what you want, Batgirl. I was saving the Master Emerald.
No matter what you say, it sounds crazy.
What?
Fine, then just take them. They stink like echidnas do.
If that's what you thought, you should have given me them in the first place.
And oh hey, there's the Master Emerald repaired on this tiny, thin little bridge.
What?
Perfect, safe place to do this. Makes total sense to me.
We should get going.
"41 minutes, which almost feels like an estimate for how long this level is going to take me. Oh boy, Crazy Gadget. This level is a bit of a mess. Whoa! Don't roll off the thing. See, so far this is fine. We even get the... Look at this, it's the elevators from Scrap Brain 2 and Metropolis. Unfortunately, that's not going to last very long, especially if we fail to hit that bomb. These parts are disorienting, but they're definitely not the worst part of this level, that's for sure. Here we go. And they give us branching paths.
Yes.
Shield. Here. Cross. Okay, so we just go straight there. Yeah, you know, why am I goofing off? I want to be here about as little as possible. Oh, I forgot about this enemy entirely. For the head. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not very easy to do. Gotta get there at the very top of the jump. Or darn near so, anyway. Rolling this shield guy. Do it again. One of these. I think pretty soon we're gonna get to the part that I'm kind of going about. This isn't it, but so we can't go that way yet. We have to go get the fire bracelet, which that just up here. Yeah, the one at the end. I'm probably jumping the gun a little bit because, again, it's been a bit of a while that I don't remember all the intervening stuff. But, oh boy. Yeah, I was gonna say, where the hell is it? It's right back there. I might be able to get away without it, but it would probably require a little bit more cleverness and or skill than I have. Yeah, see, there you go. There's a skip. But, again, more skill and cleverness than I need, and I'm a filthy casual, so... than I have, rather. Saying it backwards, because every once in a while, that's just how we do. Alright. Here's... And see, that's real cool, but also it freaks me out quite a bit, because I have a pretty serious fear of heights that, like, really only started getting worse toward my last year of university. Like, one time I freaked out pretty badly between classes because it was up on a 3-story building. And that's not even that tall, really, but I was at this, like, bridge, basically, overlooking the lower floors, and I just looked down and I was like, oh god. And I, like, fell to the ground and basically... It's real embarrassing, but I basically fell on the, dropped onto the floor and basically crawled my way back to an area where that was out of sight before I could stand up. And even then, I was going real slow the rest of the way to the classroom. It's like, for reasons that you can probably understand, that's not something I want to revisit mentally. Where's my... Like, I mean, I've definitely had a little bit of it throughout my entire life, but it got a lot worse at some point when I started going to university. And plus, the controls get a little bit funny in this area, so it doesn't feel right either, so it's like, oh god. Like, this genuinely makes me feel a little bit like I'm gonna, you know, like something's actually gonna happen to me. And I fucked it anyway, so wow, whoops. Oh, there's something in that crate. I thought there was, because there's just one steel crate hanging out there. I was like, surely there's a reason for that. But no, it's just Sega trolling me yet again. Just like they do all the fucking time. Listen, I played Phantasy Star Online a lot. I am intimately familiar with being fucking trolled by Sega. Oh god, I was sure I was gonna get hit there. Yeah, virtual reality. Virtual reality is something I don't want to touch for a number of reasons, and that is certainly not one that helps. I also feel like virtual reality is a thing that I would need a lot of space to get set up in, and that's not something I have right now, and in fact, I wouldn't be used to having a big space either. It would... You know, I'm quite used to having a small amount of space for anything to work with. So in between sessions, I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing with all of this room? Absolutely nothing. And I'd feel real silly. But that's a whole other issue. Oh, geez. You read upside down and backwards, so... fair enough. I mean, I feel like I have a lot of ideas, but I don't have a lot of confidence in my skill as an artist. Outside of places where I am, like, intentionally doing things that are, like, goofy looking for the purpose of that almost being the joke. Like, if you've seen a couple of my videos, some of them I have a few little, like, goofy MS Paint doodles in there, but that is knowingly created as something that is just kind of silly and not, like, high skill or anything.
Barely
Mirrors don't affect you. That's... an interesting thing to think about. I mean, I'm sort of getting this... I got the back and forth a lot better this time, but I think also a lot of that is that, of course, since I've been doing video shit more over the past couple of years, I now have a camcorder that I can turn the viewfinder to face myself, so I have a better idea of understanding, you know, like, left and right movement in that sense, in a way. Of, like, if it's flipped, I adapt to that a little more easily because of just experience.
And then we'll talk about your girlfriend. That is, if you really care for her.
Handing over the fake emerald, I can
Yeah,
kill
there's...
two birds with one stone.
There is also the matter of the fact that it's still inside of Sonic Adventure 2. Also.
You've turned into a big-time villain, Doctor.
Whoa! You thought you could trick me with that fake emerald, didn't you?
So, how did you know it wasn't the real one?
Tails!
Because you just told me, Fox Boy.
Wait, what? You can't even just say wiretapping, son? Actually, I think he's definitely just messing with Tails on purpose, and he was wiretapping because, I mean, come on, think about who we're talking about here. This guy is absolutely a gloater, you know?
Sonic!
It has the same wavelength and properties, but is less powerful than the real one.
The same wavelength and properties. But can I do this?
Wait, is there a shard of Master Emerald embedded in the...
Farewell, my admirable adversary. Now we have some unfinished business to take care of. If you give me the real emerald, I will release you both. You have my promise.
Sonic!
Huh?
Sonic asked me for the first time to do something for him. I won't let him down. I won't give up.
Alright, time for this rather janky boss fight.
You're no match for me, you sweet little fox.
Fox! Die! Wait, no, wrong series. Ouch! Wow, he's really pissed. He's going straight into the death ray. Wait. Oh. Here come the missiles. Those things.
You're no match for me, sweet little fox.
Anyone else love those loud shoulder buttons in the GameCube?
Lock on to Eggman when you get next to him or behind him.
All right, no more games. Take this.
Oh, that's missiles, not death ray.
All right, no more
That'll be the death ray. Oh boy. Ooh, yeah. And he stun locked me a little bit at the end there too.
Watch out for Eggman's special attack.
Wow, thanks for the advice, Omochao. Move quickly to avoid it, huh?
All right, no more games. Take this.
And this thing? Fucking kidding me, buddy? I wouldn't be so bad if that advice wasn't so patronizing.
You're no match for me, you sweet little fox.
Don't just run around. Stay alert and keep shooting.
Is he invincible when he's shooting the laser beam? No, I didn't do Dark Story first. I don't think they actually gained the upgrades from the story modes.
Don't just run around. Stay alert and keep shooting.
Laser will eat my bullets. Okay. Let's unlock me. Alright, here come the missiles. Here comes the death ray. They do? Okay, well.
You're no match for me, sweet little fox.
Don't just run around. Stay alert and keep shooting.
Said before, it's been a while since I've touched it.
All right, no more games. Take this.
My power speed! Go!
All right, take this. All right, no more games.
I was doing pretty good there.
You're no match for me.
What if it does in like... Yeah, he's just... This boss fight is just stupid overtuned no matter what. Got him. There we go.
Lose to Tails.
That was a bit of a mess, but we got there. This fight is just really damn hard, that's all. But yeah, there is an armor upgrade available for Eggman, so that makes his version of that fight a little bit easier.
Energy.
Hey, Sonic! Whoa, I wasn't sure if I could pull that one off. Somehow I managed to use the Chaos Control.
Chaos Control? Are you okay?
I'm worried about Tails and Amy. I hate to ask, but could you help them? This is our last chance. Before the cannon fires, I'll slam dunk it in there!
Alright, here we are, the last level of the hero story. Not counting boss fights because, well... So basically, let's just say that a lot of people on the internet are not 100% sure. I feel like this is a game that was one that was subject to a lot of internet rumors over the years too, so who knows, it could be a leftover from that era. Anyway, this level, Final Rush, this is one that I think this is probably a lot of people's favorites, or one of a lot of people's favorites, but for good reason. Also, we screwed up the side jump here. There's a lot of jank that is involved with these rails sometimes. However, if we land it right, check that out. We just took a nice shortcut. I generally, I would say like 87% of the way love this level. Because it is indeed a little bit of a jank mess, but on the other hand, it's a lot of fun. There's a lot of just energy to the whole proceeding. It feels great until you fuck up. And that one wasn't even intentional. And I like this homing attack, the vertical rails section. That provides a pretty good sense of feedback, basically. So overall, aside from some roughness around the mechanics, it's a pretty well-designed level. But all told, Sonic didn't really have the greatest time in the 3D era. Sonic was definitely something that worked a lot better in 2D anyway, just for reasons of not having your head explode, either if you're a level designer or if you're a player. Ah, fuck. That wasn't a great... Fuck! No, it was really bad camera angle there. Sheesh. Alright, so how far back are we? Not very, actually. We're only about 40 seconds behind, so we're, like, literally right. Damn it. Let's take the death. I mean, surely we can get out of here without game overing, right? I've probably just doomed myself by saying that, but... we'll see how it goes. Oh, I really killed my momentum by not letting go of the B button in time there. Fuck. Screwing that one up pretty badly, but we managed to avoid drowning. Wait, no, that was a different level. We managed to pick it back up. There we go. Land right on the checkpoint. That feels good. However, that running out of steam right in the middle there, not so much. Game, why was I still having a tiny bit of forward momentum there? That was just weird. Go out this way. This, I think, is the way to the Mystic Melody, isn't it? Yeah, see, there it is. I wasn't even looking for this, but... I guess I can demo it before we run the entire thing out. All that because I had no idea what I was doing with the momentum.
Yeah!
Is it right side again? I don't think it is, but we'll find out soon enough. Alright, we get yet another chase sequence at the end of the level. Yet another... What am I saying? This is like only the second one in the game, I think. That we've had this sort of into the screen chase at the end of the level.
Yes!
That wasn't too bad. We goofed up pretty badly, but we got some nice shortcuts out of that. That was fun.
Barely made it.
And now it's time for the boss of the hero story.
You never cease to surprise me, Blue Hedgehog. I thought that capsule you were in exploded in space.
You know, what can I say? I die hard. actually saved me, you know.
It was a Chaos Emerald, wasn't it? But there's no way you could have activated the Chaos Control using an emerald that's fake. So, there's more to you than just looking like me. What are you, anyway?
What you get? Just a guy that loves adventure. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog.
I see. But you know, I can't let you live. Your adventuring days are coming to an end.
Yeah, sure, buddy. Alright, this boss fight is pretty much all about just light dashing into him. I remember this being pretty fun, but it can end up being a bit of a pain in the ass. And sometimes you just screw up the light dash like that. Okay, so I was slightly incorrect about how this works, but this is definitely... I think this field basically goes on forever. It probably does have some sort of, like, predetermined limit. Oh, you gods! Yeah, and that can happen sometimes, too.
Before this is over, I'll show you the true power of Chaos Control!
Beware of Shadow's special attack. Use the somersault to avoid the Chaos Sphere.
Oh yeah, we didn't even see him get to do that yet.
This is the ultimate.
It ends eventually. Yeah, I seem to recall that you actually could light dash into him. It just is probably a little less effective than I remember it being, because...
This is the ultimate.
And see, that's one way to do it, just spin dash. The spin dash is one of those moves in Sonic's moveset that has always been a little bit strange, because, like, it... Oh, fuck, dude. Dang it. Yeah.
Before this is over, I'll show you the true power of Chaos Control!
Your surroundings will find
Oh, he's pulling out the Chaos Spear right at the beginning there, huh? That's kind of surprising.
This is the ultimate.
Oh, we missed him.
This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate.
Getting in front of him and bouncing, that's...
This is the ultimate.
That would probably work, yeah. Certainly just... Fuck. Where'd I go? I didn't lock onto him with my homing attack properly, I guess. Well, this is gonna take a couple of attempts, clearly, because... You know. Ah, yes, use armor break on him. I'm sure that is a thing that Sonic can do. What's this look like? Sonic and the Black Knight? Oh no, I meant, oh god, that was a joke, but there actually is a Sonic RPG, that BioWare, Dark Brotherhood thing that I forgot the full title of.
This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate. This is the ultimate.
Or, of course, we could just go with the old standby of mash the A button as need be until eventually he gives up.
I am the ultimate light.
Game over, Shadow.
Oh, we beat him. Not so bad. Could have done that better, but...
Sonic,
we all know that. I used to really love playing the battle mode of this game with the Sonic levels. That was a lot of fun.
Awesome job, Tails.
So that's a fun little throwback.
Sonic!
Look outside.
Yeah, we did it. Oh man, can you believe people made this video game? I was gonna say, can we skip these credits? No, we can't. I was gonna skip the credits and be like, well, we'll watch them after one of the other stories. But for now, well, let's just say in general that it's tougher as Tails.
Eggman steals the research from a military base located on an island to the south. The military's top-secret weapon, Shadow, sealed in the space colony Ark, the 7 Chaos Emerald. When all of the keys have been collected, world conquest will be at hand. Sonic Adventure 2 The Dark Side Story. Long live the Eggman Empire.
Yeah, we're going to move on to Dark Story. We're going to see if we can't finish that as well. I make no guarantees. And I really make no guarantees about doing Final Story. But we're going to try and get through Dark Story. Because there's a lot of fun levels in this, too. A couple of them are pretty long, but there's some fun to be had. Even with the jank.
Emergency battle formations. Standard battle procedures initiated. Area. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill.
That's all. Let's take a look at what my grandfather was working on. A top secret military weapon. The military shut down the research because they feared him.
I think Eggman's using a controller with auto-fire, you guys. I mean, that was a lot of shooting.
Intruder alert.
Maybe he just equipped the Egg Blaster. Like, he got a nice drop for that in PSO, and he's just like, hey, why not? I'll use that. I don't have much else.
Level 1 security
Yeah.
door breach. Emergency formation. Intercept intruder.
Like, that's me trying to, hit the button about as fast as I can, and you can see how those bullets are flying. It ain't quite that fast. He's doing something all right. Oh, we're completely depowered. This is a little weird. I don't need to break all those crates, but I did it anyway.
Level 2 security door breach. Level 2 security door breach.
I love that laugh when he gets the decent that size of point bonus. Sounds great. Oh, we can't get that. That's where the laser cannon upgrade is, I think. Oh shit, you're right.
Level 3 security door breach. Intruder has breached sections 3 through 8. Get him. Level 4 security door breach.
Oh, he's definitely hacking a little bit, that's for sure.
Level 5 security door breach. Switch to emergency defense mode. Lock down front security door.
Oh, we can't do that yet. We gotta trigger the cutscene.
Yush!
Damn!
I am the best.
Maybe I do still have it a little bit. I remember that level being a pain in the ass to A rank for some reason. Maybe not. Then again, I guess I have a little bit of practice compared to when I was doing the first Tales level, because I just played through all of Hero Story. Yeah, Tales' first level is kind of a pain in the ass to get an A rank on, and you really want to go back and get
smaller than I expected.
You want to get a couple of power-ups before you go backward.
Enter password.
And go backward,
Password is Maria. Maria. Now all I have to do is to place the Chaos Emerald into this console.
Jill, that's a 3-letter password, technically. I don't think that's very secure. And besides, why do they always tell you about not using, like, stuff from your real life for your passwords? That's a big boo-boo. Well, I guess if it's locked with a Chaos Emerald, maybe that's not such a big deal.
Is that you, Sonic? Are you trying to spoil my plans again? Wait a minute. You're not Sonic. This is impossible.
My name is Shadow. Since you were so kind to release me, my master, I will grant you one wish.
Now, what?
Behold the true power I possess.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot.
Oh, hey, look, we fought this boss as Sonic. So now we're fighting again as Shadow, but it's slightly tougher this time because he's got more to his attack pattern. At least I think it's a little harder. Bigfoot was super easy because it's like just, hey, just wait out the missiles. And this one at least pulls out that targeting laser cannon. Yeah, here you go. I mean, it's not super hard to dodge, just don't run into the crates and lose your momentum, but... In fact, I'm going to pointedly try to smash a couple of these crates while I'm waiting for it to touch down. Alright, now the battlefield should be completely clear.
This is Scorpion Troops Hotshot. The enemy is stronger than expected. Request additional support.
Yeah, this is when this dude starts pulling out the multiple plasma cannon shots. Alright, do we get machine gun? We do not get machine gun, we just get missiles. 2, 3...
He is too strong!
Pathetic humans.
Easy.
Destroying that guard robot was spectacular. So, Shadow, you are the military's top secret weapon. But what did you mean when you said you will grant me a wish?
Bring more Chaos Emeralds.
Shadow, wait!
I'll be
Shadow's got some
you
pretty weird weapons
the
in Shadow the
central
Hedgehog, if I
control
remember correctly.
On the Space Colony Ark.
Ark.
Okay, this cutscene is literally the same, so we're skipping it. And in fact, this level is almost literally the same. hexagon pillar. There's a couple of those. That might be on the other side of the level. Or it might not even be this. It might be, Either way, we want a nice high vantage point here. Yeah, I think it is on the other side of the level. Go find and rescue the turtle. Yeah, see, there's these two robots here that are bullying the turtle. That's good level design, actually. Least favorite hunting stage. Yeah. I feel I can understand that. Because immediately I'm having this thing of like, oh, right. There's the two sides and there's basically a cutscene between these, and oh, there's a lot of things that can go questionably here, that's for sure. At the very least, one of them is pretty much like, oh hey, you're gonna speedrun this anyway, just because of the time limit. But we'll get there when we get there. Protector of the Jar. Avatar of the Pot? Wait, no, that's Yu-Gi-Oh! A high point. Yeah, thanks. There's a lot of high places. Jar, though, that's the thing that's throwing me here. So on top of that, there's another route that you can go to in the water on this side, right? Well, I guess when I eventually get stonewalled, I'll definitely ask. Yeah, see, like this, and there's a way to get to it, and I don't remember what it is. Try this side. See if I can see the obvious. Well, again, this would probably be where the more high places are. Massive spin kick is not super necessary.
Press A button while jumping to block. Or should I say glide? Isn't this cool?
Right, so we got the yellow pings. Now this obelisk we lost. This way, maybe. No, it's not. Looked like it was for a second. Not it at all, but okay, so I'm not 100% sure where any of this is centralized, but yeah, so I'm far enough down. Okay, so this Protector of the Jar hint, where is this pointing me to? Because it seems like, well, I mean, I know it's on this side. It's up top. Okay, because I was getting a few yellow pings up at the top. Do I gotta go up even higher? Alright, so there's green here, so we go further this way. Alright, here's the... There we go! Okay, we're getting red at least. Skull, it's in the robot. There we go. Found it. Okay, because I was just not getting any red pings whatsoever, and I guess I didn't see the jars. First time going around. Then again, I mostly just stuck to that band and was like, hey, yeah, this will... under a chin. Well, I'm gonna take a quick guess that is on the yawn side of the level, and it's gonna be among the heads somewhere. The big pharaoh heads that we saw earlier. Other side. Yeah, this is gonna be it. Got it. That one's pretty easy, thankfully. See, I can hash out some of these at least.
I guess I took a little too much time.
Only a little. Alright, here we go. This is one... This has some pretty good music. I like this one a lot.
Those idiots will never find my hidden base inside this pyramid.
This is an easy level to die in, though, that's for sure.
Get inside.
Alright. There's some stuff back there. There's some free rings here. There's hidden items that you need the jet for, I think. Oh no, I'm thinking of that stuff over there. Whoops. Again, that'll tell you how it's been a while since I played this game. Now. Say, I'm sure we got that pillar, right? I remember the timed relic for this level being an absolute rat bastard because of areas like this, where it's just like, oh, I feel like I'm being rushed. And I really cannot be having that shit at this point, right? This is a place where if you rush, you will fall off, you will die. You'll feel real stupid. That just rings? Oh no, there's a pipe over there too. Radical Highway time trial. I'm trying to remember what that's like. Is there an item over here? Oh, that's gonna need... That needs the booster. I'm an idiot. Radical Highway, yeah, that one's kind of a pain. if I recall correctly. Although, again, it's been a while. Well, yeah, that level sucks to begin with, though, so... Yeesh. There's some rings in there. Not big. Just a jump. I wanted my magnet shield. Oh, don't do the stupid thing. I almost did the stupid thing.
Yush! That wasn't so difficult. With the Chaos Emerald in the Space Colony Ark. I've got to find out just what's going on up there.
We interrupt this broadcast for an important news flash. There has been a break-in at the Federal Reserve Bank today. Mysteriously, the only thing that was stolen was the Chaos Emerald. According to eyewitnesses at the scene, the suspect was identified as the world-renowned hero, Sonic the Hedgehog. The suspect was seen fleeing the scene, destroying the reserve's guard robots in his path. Stay tuned for more details.
Sounds more like the work of Shadow.
Oh, that was a weird flash of magenta.
Find them before they escape!
Woo woo, thank you, subtitles.
Maria!
What?
Shadow, I beg of you, please,
Maria!
do it for me. For all the people on that planet. Sayonara, Shadow.
Shadow having a bad time there.
I still remember what I promised you.
Whatever.
To the people of this planet, I revenge.
Alright, so back to some running. Yay! This is more in line with what a Sonic game is about. Running around as, of all things, a hedgehog. This level's a pretty good one, if I recall correctly. I generally remember having a decent bit of fun with this. Although, yeah, definitely a bit harder than the early game's Sonic levels. Again, if memory serves. Oh, I can't do that. I don't have the light dash. Right. We get that in the next Shadow level. You get that in White Jungle. Oops. Damn. That was just sloppy. No, I don't mean that like a Final Fantasy 14 meme. I know we've played 14 on the stream, but not everything is about that. Trust me. Just a few things. Thankfully, we're saved by the updraft, rather. Wait, I'll read that in a second. That apparently is kicking my ass. Amazing. And that's why we're a casual streamer. Speedrunner Debu recently swept all the records for every mission in it. Wow. Nice. Props. Props to that person. Pretty cool. Alright, now can we actually... No, apparently we can't actually get on the damn spring. What if you wanted to get on the spring, but God said, forget it. Forget it, Shadow. It's Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Oh, wait. Okay, come on. Put down the shield! Got a long battery on that thing. Yeah, another thing reminding me of how long the electric attack that those wizard enemies used in Kingdom Hearts. The one where you couldn't hit them. Also, I like how we just dropped like a stone, and the game's like, nice, have 200 points for being a complete graceless buffoon. Oh, Sonic Hedgehog, what a game series. Got Ring blimp. I forgot that was the thing. And of course, styled like a Got Milk logo from whenever that ad campaign was. Again, things that were much funnier back in 2002. Nowadays, people would just look at you and be like, what?
Here we go.
Oh, wow. Just over 4 minutes for doing that level. If only I hadn't died in the middle of it, it would be more impressive.
That wasn't so
Because if we hadn't died, we'd probably be at least a B rank there. Because we would have our points. Unfortunately, I clowned it up pretty hard. And so I think this is the same cutscene that we saw before, but I'll let it run anyway.
It all starts with this. A jewel containing the ultimate power.
That's the Chaos Emerald!
As I try to work backwards to figure out where the fuck we're at in terms of gameplay. I think the next level is Rouge's key gathering level.
Chaos control!
And then we get, right, because is that correct? 5. 6 is... 6 is Eggman's level on the battle cruiser, or military base rather. 7, no, I'm forgetting the Lost Colony. So I think 7 is Eggman on the military base. 6 is Lost Colony. 8 is Security Hall. 9 is White Jungle. 10 is the car. 11 is Skyrail. 12 is Mad Space. 13 is Cosmic Wall, and 14 is Final Chase, I believe.
This is Rouge. I've located Eggman's base and will proceed to enter it now. I hate to say it. I guess I'm going to have to find that key first.
Beware of the beetle robot. Take cover in the shadows, or else it will shoot a laser at you.
Coming security machine. Sayonara, sucker. There's 10 rings. That's not what I'm looking for here, because this level is where we get pick nails, I think, which are the digging tool for Rouge. Oh, incoming. There we go. Don't run straight through the middle. We get squished. There we go. This is our digging tool. 3 hands. Green path. Alright, so I was gonna say from there I might be able to hash it. And then we're already getting pings. Oh, you jerk. It's using orbit cannons. Are you kidding me? Who the fuck uses orbit cannons in Armor Core? Wait a second. Oh. Oh my god, it's literally right there, you idiot. Oh boy. There's 2 sentries. Didn't know that, but I didn't really pay a ton of attention most of the time, so fair enough. Oh, speaking of 2 sentries, here comes 1. White middle finger. Okay, listen, I don't need you to describe most of my content, alright? In one fell swoop, I have just been absolutely annihilated. But I don't know what the hell that means. Where the red flame is. This is a place with red flame, that's for sure. I don't think it's here. Shadows. Here we go. Incoming bug bot. So it's in this area. Dig inside the hidden painting panel. One problem is that I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting my bearings in this particular area that I'm searching. Okay, so there isn't a dig into it panel there. That's back to the door. Oh, I see it. There you go. Well, white middle finger indeed. I guess since the other ones were characterized as hands already.
Beware of the beetle robot. Stay cover in the shadows, or else it will shoot a laser at you.
Don't run too fast or you'll overtake it. Hot chow, that's... Let's take the other one. Small room with 4 walls covered with hieroglyphics. That could be a lot of things. There's a lot of areas with 4 walls covered in hieroglyphics.
Some places are too tough to dig.
Ow. Okay, raise that thing up. Probably a floor switch that raises that up. I don't think that is going to help us, though, so... Keep going. Okay, so it's in here somewhere, right? Yeah. Well, 4 walls covered by hieroglyphics. That's true. And there's some fire going on here. Is there a chow crate around? That would probably be a good indicator, right? Up from here? I don't remember what's up there. Yeah, isn't it great? It's like, yeah, 4 walls covered in hieroglyphics. We're inside of a pyramid base. You know, I just kind of expect that to be everywhere. When everything in your world is paper, you're gonna write on all of it, you know? Or something. Might be further out.
It's gotta be close.
Oh, we're in the area. You want me to dig? Oh, I get it. I get it now. Okay, dig into the Chow symbol at the torch.
I got it.
That is something I wouldn't have noticed if I hadn't gotten the, you know, I would have glossed over that pretty easily, is what I'm saying.
I guess. It's a space transporter. The destination has been set to...
Ooh, that's a harsh beep.
Wasn't that space colony shut down over 50 years ago? What's he doing up there anyway? Doesn't matter. It's my mission to find out what he's up to.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Lost Colony. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking of earlier.
So this is the space colony Ark. I have to locate the central control room that Shadow mentioned before he left.
Yeah, this is a pretty neat level. I like what's going on here with the atmospheric effect of all this, and when you shoot things, you get a little bit of light in the room for a moment. Also, another level with pretty good music. Pretty dangerous looking booster pad there. Okay, I don't have the booster yet, you idiot. There you go. Oh. Oops. That's not a ledge. This is where we gotta go. Switch. This room. This is one. By the way, I like how Eggman just sort of hopped in the air when I shot that balloon with the Vulcan. That's pretty great. Alright, so we want to crunch these boxes because it's going to help us be able to climb in this room. Climb up that way because we don't have the bazooka yet, or whatever Eggman's equivalent thereof is. There we go. There's our way up, and this gives us the jet engine. That's how we boost around. Is that a bit of a sound glitch I just got there? That sounded really fucked. Hey, free 10 rings. Why not?
Try hovering to fly over it.
I thought this was a level where you had to do something like that. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, we're in a situation that is not the one that I was meant. Kind of useless to give speed shoes as a reward for hitting the checkpoint with this right amount of points. Fuck! I even walked off to the edge just to show you how questionable that is. Thanks, game. I don't need help looking like an asshole. Come on. Yeah, you go through a lot of pretty similar areas, but most of the time, it's not like a full hard recycle, yeah. We almost got killed from the knockback there. That was almost pretty disappointing, even by our very low standards on this stream. Well, rip any good rank we could have had here. Because we died in a really stupid and embarrassing way, like 2/3 into the level.
That was too close.
I've been waiting for you, Doctor. Now, I will show the glorious achievement of what the world's leading scientist, Professor Gerald, has created. The Ark was the first space colony created by mankind. Not many people know that the Ark contained a top-secret research facility, where weapons of mass destruction were being created. This is one of them, a weapon capable of destroying an entire planet, codenamed the Eclipse Cannon.
Destroying an entire planet? Was this my grandfather's legacy?
But it's been deactivated for some time now. To reactivate it, large amounts of energy are necessary.
Oh, so that's why we needed the Chaos Emerald.
Exactly. To reactivate the machine, we need the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Once you have that, then you have the ultimate power of destruction to use as you please. And then, the world could be yours.
Sounds like a plan. I like the way you think, Shadow. I will get the Chaos Emeralds, use the machine to dominate the world and build a legacy of my own.
Do you really think it will be that easy? I've got a great idea. How about making a deal?
A deal?
When you grabbed that huge emerald, you said something about a reaction. A reaction that it may have with the Master Emerald. Now, if you could just let me borrow that radar, I may be able to help you. What do you think?
If I do, what's in it for me?
I have an idea where the other Chaos Emeralds may be. I may not look like it, but do you know that I am a treasure hunter that specializes in all kinds of jewels?
Very well.
Okay then, it's a deal. I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Rouge the Bat, but you can call me Rouge.
Having to come back isn't my idea of a vacation. How can you be sure your intelligence reports are correct? Why would the Chaos Emeralds be here on the island? Are you absolutely sure?
Well, believe what you want to.
You should probably have raised these questions before we came out here.
Very well. Let's discuss how we are going to do this. I will go in first and distract the military troops, allowing you to sneak in the base without being detected. Then, Shadow will enter the armory, where he will set the timer on these dynamite packs. Once that is in place, we will blow up the whole island and get away before anyone has a chance to know what hit them.
Again, just plain old dynamite, nothing special.
Wow. Area and grab the Chaos Emerald. That's a challenge for such a worthy treasure hunter as yourself, isn't it, Duck Girl? We only have 30 minutes to pull this mission off. And we only get one try, so don't fail me.
That bullshit, Eggman. We've still got like 8 lives or something, I think. Because considering my performance in the last level, I will probably job pretty soon. Oh, I'm doing that real badly if I want to do point efficiency. That's okay, I'll live. Again, we're not going for perfects here. We're just here to have fun and occasionally question some of the design decisions involved here, but that is the way of the world. And there's our bazooka, right? Our large cannon, pardon me. That's just straight up a bazooka. Ah! Fuck. What was that? I mean, no, I didn't play it well, but still. I didn't think I was that bad at this. Jeez. Jeez.
Have you tried slow descent using covering?
Straightforward. Rings. Get our live back here. There we go. Operating easily to make that work. Fuck you, man. What a jerk. No real reason for me to do that, but it's fun to rack up all these combos. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not getting a good rank for this level, but still. I like to see them work. Fuck. The rings. Oh no. Really? That thing just landed on top of me. What a jerk. And into the golden hula hoop we go. Alright, let's see that high-scoring E rank. Come on. Ooh, not bad.
That wasn't so
Probably would have been an A if we didn't die. Oh well.
Okay, everyone ready? Shadow, Rouge, on with the show!
Oh, Sonic! I thought I'd never see you again. I'm so glad you made it.
Uh-oh.
You're not Sonic. Who are you?
I'm the one who should be asking that.
Dr. Eggman!
Oh no.
Leave it to me! I'll take care of her. You two, go!
Eggman, you won't get away with this.
Oh no! My power is going down!
So close.
Easy.
Better luck next time, Fox Boy.
I'm in position, Doctor. Tell me when.
There's been an unexpected delay on my end. There's no more time to waste. Set the timer for 15 minutes. Let's go, Rouge.
5 minutes should be plenty.
Alright, this level. Oh, this level can be a pain. Time to focus up. Alright, what do you got for me? Riding on the question marks. floor. Yep, there's one that's just sort of free floating. So why not? Where's our...
Hurry up, Roach! The island is set to blow up!
Floor and also ceiling.
All safes are locked. There may be a switch to unlock them in the room downstairs.
There we go. That's pretty easy. Alright. So, one more. It would help if I didn't drop the bottom floor like an idiot. That's my car right here. A place which is protected by the lasers, which may or may not have been there. I mean, that area was protected by lasers, wasn't it? Let's get back up onto here. Very carefully. Oh, there's a couple of those safes that are unlocked already. Fuck. Good rocket. This was up top. Alright, well. On our way up. Up and up. More. Yeah, we're getting pings up high, so I'm sure that it's going to be in this general area. Got the gold robot. That's probably not necessary, but we'll do it anyway. Ooh, I see what's going on. Ow. What's going on here? Don't die. Fuck! I said don't die. Hit detection? What was that? But we got it, thankfully. Not bad. First try. That level always sets me on edge a little bit for reasons that are perhaps understandable.
Perfect? Like me?
Easy A, though. If you beat that at all, you're going to get a pretty solid time bonus. At least if you beat it in the regular mission.
I can't believe I've come this far, just to fail.
This is Flying Dog to headquarters. Intruder found entering security.
Here we go. We got another one of these. It just doesn't have legs. Pick those up. Alright, get on the fence. Hit it in midair. I don't know if there's a specific time when it is or is not vulnerable offhand. I assume it's probably fine as long as you don't fly into the machine gun like I just did that time. Honestly, this should probably be a fight that I don't even break a minute on if I was playing well, but hey, several years layoff from playing this game at all. Going from below is not really a good option. There we go. Yeah. Flying Dog is a really easy, easy fight. Because, of course, we have exactly the right tools to deal with that thing while it's constantly in the air. That being gliding.
This is Rouge. I've got a small problem. I can't believe that I'm trapped inside this locked safe with a Chaos Emerald. I guess I won't be able to call myself a treasure hunter anymore.
Shoot,
Alright, so White Jungle, and then we get the Sonic boss fight. And we got a shield. Where's the... Oh yeah, we gotta go this way, I guess. Where to find our air shoes. Oops. I fucked that up pretty bad. Nice.
Here we go.
The fast level, we ignored pretty much all of it. I don't know that we're gonna get a super good rank because, yeah, only 12 grand. B rank, not bad.
Too easy for
If we'd done a couple of things a little better, if we hadn't fucked up some of those air dashes, we probably would have an A rank there. Yeah, I'm noticing that Dark Story is a hell of a lot easier than I remember it being so far. Although, we are about to get into a boss fight. That could make things a little bit more frustrating.
Again, of all places.
Can't skip this scene even though we've seen this before.
Faker! I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me? Ha! You're not even good enough to be my
those words. You can't get away this time. There's only one real sign.
I'm going to assume that it's just a thing that, because of the fact that it's easier doing that fight as Eggman in general, that it led people to think certain things about it from way back, and they were never, they never specifically went out of their way to go look at what was or was not found out, because surely
no time to hang out.
That has got to have been data mined at some point, right? I mean, it's a pretty popular game, and like nowadays everything gets dismantled on that sort of level.
Shadow, what are you doing? Hurry and get back here right now before the island blows up with you on it!
Blows up?
Also, we get this cool-ass action sequence in this cutscene because, of course, we don't have to jump straight into a level after the boss fight.
Shadow, what do you think it's like on Earth?
The professor said his life's work was dedicated to all of those who live down there. He once told that the reason for his existence was making people happy through the power of science.
Shadow.
Maria, I just don't know anything anymore. I often wonder why I was created, what my purpose is for being here. Maybe if I go down there, I will find the answers. Maybe. Maria.
Why so melancholy? That was so unexpected, so unlike you, Shadow, to come and rescue me. But your ability to use the Chaos Control certainly comes in handy.
You know, I didn't come to save you. I came back for the Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah, but then again, that's not the whole story, is it?
Everything is ready to go.
Are you sure? We only have 6 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds, you know.
That's more than enough for the demonstration.
Nice to hear for your friend.
Let's get the show on the road.
Oh, he's coming to make an announcement about Shadow the Hedgehog.
Listen to me very carefully. My name is Dr. Eggman, the world's greatest scientist, and soon to be the world's greatest ruler. Now witness the beginning of the greatest empire of all time.
Really nosing in on our problems.
Why are you so upset? Well, that was really impressive. You've managed to create complete havoc on the whole planet. Does this now mean we control the planet and can do as we choose?
Welcome back. Glad to have you here.
Too much time to charge up.
We finished the hero side story. We are doing the dark side story.
You'll need all 7
and I'm not necessarily going to confirm that I will do last side story, but I might actually get to that. Dark has been treating us pretty well and not being super hard so far. But again, we are going to be in the driving level pretty soon.
Right? So where is my emerald?
Here you go. I found this.
Why didn't you show me this before? This Station Square saved from a life-threatening missile attack. The city has awarded its famed prize to the boy who saved Station Square. Miles Tails per hour was given the Chaos Emerald as a testament of his heroic deed at a ceremony held at City Hall. This makes things a whole lot easier. Hurry.
Late 90s, early 2000s voice acting is always very entertaining in its way.
Maria.
This is Rouge reporting. Currently, I have not been able to confirm if Shadow is the ultimate life form or not. I will continue my research on Project Shadow and have a follow-up report very shortly. Just a reminder, don't forget about my jewel.
Oh, right. We don't have... Oh, no. I thought there was a sequence before the drive. A cutscene leading into it.
Picking up a signal from the thermal. Fox Boy, wait for me!
Because everyone just calls Tails Fox Boy. Oops. That wasn't such a good idea. Well, I gotta die in at least one embarrassing way in this. Every once in a while, because I already did that in Lost Colony, so dying in a really embarrassing way. I'm pretty sure I died in a pretty embarrassing way in not Metal Harbor, the Eggman level on the mech. Base. Oh, I'm not gonna try that right now. Yeah, weapons bed, that's what it's called. I wasn't paying attention to the name, I just remember it's that Eggman level. Oh shit. That's a pretty harsh turn there. Oh, we're all the way back at the start after that? Wow. This could prove to be a bit of a disaster of a level. Sheesh. Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like it does, that's for sure. And let's take that big jump. In that case, just let go of the A button entirely and try to get away with that. Yikes. That wasn't good. Almost fell off there. Yeah, the music's pretty good here. I'll give you that. This is a much harder level than the one that Tails has, by the way. Ooh, boy. Come on, it. End already, dang it. There we go. B rank. All considered, not bad. And we're not usually expected to do anywhere near quite as well. Alright, here we go. This one's a pretty good level if I remember correctly. Skyrail. Which is good because after this we have a lot of pain coming for a bit.
At 11 o'clock.
Copy that. I'm in pursuit.
Skipping over the level's main gimmick there. No biggie. This is one that has a pretty tight timer for getting Emblem 4, if I recall correctly. Certainly, I remember basically playing through this level enough to basically do a perfect route when I got the timer emblem for this one. Because the time limit is like 2 minutes 45 or something like that, which, yikes. That's as disgustingly tight as it sounds for this game. Yeah, let's take that. And fuck that up a little bit, but we still got a decent shortcut. And then we landed right in the flamethrower. Whoops.
Here we go.
Wow, okay, that was a minute 49. There's no fucking way that it's 2:45 for this. That has to be a lot less.
Too
because
easy for me.
I did that with like no difficulty whatsoever. Either I took gigantic shortcuts or... Wow. Well, short and sweet.
Doctor, they're heading directly toward us. What should we do?
Unfortunately, upcoming, we've got Mad Space, the Knuckles fight. I think we at least get Cosmic Wall before we have to do the Tails fight.
But I'll be sure to give them a warm welcome.
2 minutes is the limit. Well, we beat that pretty easily, so wow. Oh right, there's Egg Golem first.
We did it! Let's go, Amy! Yeah!
You little thieves. Did you really think you could get out of here alive?
This cutscene's a little different.
Get some, Eggman. Just leave it to me.
Well, that's okay. I'm not good at games either. Oh, that's weird. It's got like the electric effects going on around the outer thing, and it's stop.
When Sonic must have broken the restraining mechanism.
What a piece of junk!
Oh, hey, don't insult it to its face, Doc. That's not a good idea. Time to take out the gun. Oh, we start right on top of a ring, so at least we got that going for us, question mark. Ouch. Landed the sand because there's no coming back from that, unlike when we were playing as Sonic. Alright, can we break the last spot on the chest piece, please? Yes, there we go. Got it! Not so bad. What a terrible boss fight. That's probably easier than the Sonic version, that's for sure. There's not so much need to circle around behind its back.
Green light for launch. Primary engine ignition on. Beginning liftoff countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shuttle liftoff.
Hi, Doctor. How's it going? What? What do you mean they escaped? That's okay. I will go after them myself. Can you tell me the password for the Space Colony Control? Tricking that old doctor is just too easy. All right, it's time to get to work. The password is Maria. Maria, I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well. This is it. Research Project Shadow, the ultimate life form. Let's see now. What in the world is this? This can't be right. What is Shadow?
A lizard, probably. Oh, wait.
I guess I'll just have to take the last pieces of the Master Emerald.
Alright, time for this level. This one... Everything is very spread out, and you have hints that tell you the complete wrong thing. Well, this one is just written backwards. 3-colored container.
Detector readings are reversed. Be very careful.
Place that is not narrow, so I guess it's a place that is narrow. I don't know where that rocket went into existence, but it's around somewhere. It's not there, that's for sure. Right here. Okay, because this is going to be a bit of a mess, because we're going to have to find out... I was going to say, we're going to have to find out where this thing is. Yeah, the iron boots. There we go. This lets us deal with the steel containers. It's not the storage container with blue lights. Well, that doesn't 100% help us, because that doesn't tell us where exactly it is. Oh, also, just for fun, these different planets mostly have like weird gravitational effects on them so that you wrap around them. This doesn't work super well with the controls. So while that's a neat concept and all, a lot of this is just kind of needlessly frustrating. Take us back towards the Holy Planet here. That's what it's called. Right. Starting area here. Alright, well I see some shipping containers here. It's just gonna be in here, right? Not this one, maybe the next one over. Yeah, the one with the blue lights, right. There we go. Well, like I said, we're not particularly going for points. Alright. Floating platform of the gravity meteorites. Question mark? That's making me think that there's a floating platform at Spherical Planet that we need to hit. Called it. Unfortunately, there now comes the issue of actually getting to that platform. So... up we go. Oh... Is it on the platform on the tracks? No, I don't think so, judging by the fact that we lost signal while following it. So it's going to be right there. Yeah, I see it. Okay. That's pretty easy. Alright, so we've gotten, like, a lot of the easy ones here. The container without an opening. Well, that's quite a bit harder because that could be... You know, that could be like one of those steel boxes. Or it could just be a shipping crate again. A rocket. There we go. Rocket takes us to the capsule planets. And, yeah, of course, on the ground. No, it's in the air, obviously. Between a storage container below on the inverted tower. So that's going to be over in the mid-air storage containers again, I guess. Alright, so let's go this way. We're up far too high, I'm pretty sure, but... this out in a minute, I'm pretty sure. does, of course, have openings, so it can't be these ones. Even though we should know that because of the lack of pings. I just wanted to re-emphasize. Alright, it's over this way. Get on top of the one. Nope. We gotta go the other way. Fuck! I don't want to fall off of those. There we go, between the two. Okay, so we managed to make that one look pretty easy. We beat it in less than 7 minutes, but usually this is just a fucking nightmare of a level. And still only rank E.
I'm ashamed to call myself a hunter.
Again, if we'd had like a list of the clues to hand, well, would have been just fine.
Long time no see, treasure hunter. Did you find my emerald?
That's a good one. Your emerald. Talking to you is a waste of time.
Alright, time for this fight. I wonder if drill drive spamming is going to work out as well here.
Master emeralds. Give them to me.
Let me just make sure that I get this going. Okay, so apparently my aim is real bad. Fuck you, man. You just came out of nowhere.
Hand over those master emeralds. Give them to me.
Use your rings wisely. Pick up one ring at a time, or else.
Right, same fight, so yeah, that should work. Well, we managed to hit him with the back of our legs instead of what you would expect to happen. Well, alright, if that door wants to close, that'd be real good, because I need a ring. Yeah, I see you trying to do what I'm doing here, buddy. Oh, there's some rings, okay.
I have no choice but to fight now. You're no ordinary thief. I must protect
Got him.
the master
Now
emerald.
bring back those jewels.
Alright, and this cutscene is the same, so we're skipping that. We've seen that before.
What's Rouge up to anyway? This is strange. It's showing energy readings from 2 separate Chaos Emeralds. Did they really think they could trick me with that fake emerald? Wait, Shadow. I'm the one who should be telling them the end is near, not you. Now is the time to end this long drawn-out battle and mark myself a place in history as the ultimate genius. If something happens, I'm counting on you to finish the job.
It's only 48 minutes until the cannon fires. These space trips are going pretty damn fast, I gotta say. Like, they gotta be traveling at near light speed, pretty much. Although I guess he's basically using a teleporter. Alright, this level, Cosmic Wall, this one is a lot of fun. This is a level where it's possible to rack up a huge score And unsurprisingly, the score that you need to get an A rank here is somewhere in the 80,000s, I believe. Maybe 60,000s. It's a lot. Music at this level is pretty good, too. Heck. Oh, so much for my combo there. Now this part, this is just sort of like a classic sort of, you know, rail shooter section. This is a lot of fun. This, you get a ton of points here. And that feels real good. And you're probably going to hear a lot of clickety-clackety from me spinning the stick a lot. Sorry, not sorry. Way to target as many things as you can. Also, thanks for depriving me of the shield game. Thanks a fucking lot. And yeah, there's one of those bombers carrying 9 bombs, by the way, which is just a great, hey, here's 10 times combo off of this one enemy. Pretty hilarious. Yeah, exactly. You know, it was on an actual rail, so of course rail shooting and everything. Fuck! God, I wanted to keep the... Can you stop? Stop that? Motherfucker! Oh god, I just want to restart the level after that, because that was some horse shit. But I'm not going to. That was some of the most bullshit that I've seen out of those enemies ever. Other than the one time in Eternal Engine. That was equal levels of trash. What the? What am I getting hit by? Am I getting hit by the fucker from under the platform? I don't have words for that. That's disgusting. That's the level of why the fuck are you bothering to have programmers, because you clearly aren't paying them enough to do anything. That's bad. I'm displeased by that development. Actually, I need that anvil to come back. Oh, there we go. Find out. Alright. Stop messing around. Let me on. There we go. Now I've got a headache. I'm not so mad at that shit that it actually made my head hurt. Shit. Yeah, obviously we're not gonna rank super well here, but this is still a good level anyway. Even with that, that's... Dang it, I pressed the button, come on. Now you're being rude, game. Now you're just rubbing it in. Like, oh ho ho, look at how bad you are at video games. Oh, I forgot to get the armor power up there now. Go back here. Surely they're not gonna... Well, I guess we didn't get it. You know what? We'll be fine. We're gonna fucking torture ourselves in that Tails boss fight. I don't care. It'll be funny. It'll be the only time I game over, probably. Actually, the fact that we didn't game over during that same boss fight, but playing as Tails, is kind of incredible. Because fuck that shit's hard. Thud.
Yush.
Yeah, no rank for us. That score's pretty shit considering all things. Oh, we got rank D, so
I should have tried.
I mean, I guess okay, but God, I just realized that Eggman's voice, since he's such cold ham in this game, he's basically just he's the guy from that one Simpsons episode. I'm sorry, I can't divulge any information about that customer's secrets. Illegal accounts. That guy.
Well, young lady. Is there something I can help you with? If you value your life, you will tell me where Sonic and Tails are.
I actually love just how sinister he is in this. Oh look, it's somebody with a trolling username. Ish.
Let's take care of business first, shall we?
I don't even remember what that badge is, by the way. I just want to put that out there.
Talk about your girlfriend. That is, if you really care for her.
Handing over the fake emerald? I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Don't say that out loud, Sonic.
Put the emerald down right there and back off.
You've turned into a big-time villain, Doctor.
He's taking a shot to be a big chance. Wait a second, I fucked that up.
You thought you could trick me with that fake emerald, didn't you?
So, how did you know it wasn't the real one?
Tails!
Because you just told me, Fox Boy. Now, for a little space ride. The capsule clears the colony back.
I'm counting on you, Tails. Amy, take care of yourself.
You know, all considered, I will gladly take the stupid trolls who are not exactly funny over a guy. I've definitely, well, I mean, I haven't brought it up in a while, but you know, somebody came in to one of my streams of Half-Life 2
we have some unfinished business
and was dropping a bunch of really weird anti-Semitic shit. So I'll take someone calling themselves Foot Lovers Pizza and talking about their ass over that.
I won't let him down.
I mean, I'd rather have neither, and I'd also rather not have to hear fireworks going on outside because I have dogs, but you know, this is just the kind of world we live in. Let's start ourselves. Hello, Co-Gamer. How are you this just past midnight at our local time? I hope you're doing pretty good. Glad to hear. Ah, here comes the big fucking laser beam of death. Ah! Dodge that. Got him. Use the punch glove right at the end. I also love the fact that, yeah, that's a boss battle. I love the fact that Eggman's melee attack, he just goes, Ole! Absolutely fucking hilarious. Then again, I feel like they put a little more effort into Eggman being a fun character than with Tails.
Legend has it, when all 7 Chaos Emeralds are collected, the power creates a miracle. I have 6 of them. They're mine. All mine.
I don't think
Shadow.
so. So that was your plan from the very beginning, huh? Or was it a direct order from the president? Now I know who you are. You're that government spy, Rouge the Bat, aren't
you? Don't recognize the Batwoman whatsoever?
So you did your homework. Is that it?
Maybe Shadow just learned about this like
I could say the same
10 minutes ago.
Looks like things aren't quite going your way.
It's very possible.
My job was done. I thought it was time to take what's mine and get out of this place.
You are one pathetic creature.
Look who's talking. What about you? Here are the results of the research project called the Ultimate Life Form. But if this picture is of the real ultimate life form named Shadow, then exactly who or what is standing in front of me?
That's right, Shadow. You were supposed to be some kind of creepy-looking lizard.
This is Dr. Eggman. I have found all 7 Chaos Emeralds. Shit. Someone's trying to get to the Eclipse cannon. There's not much time left before the cannon fires again. Can you get over there?
If you want to live, leave the Chaos Emeralds where they are. The fake emerald is good enough for you.
Do you actually believe that you're the real Shadow?
No
Even
doubt.
your memories might not be real, you know?
Even if my memories are not real, it's still me, Shadow. And I will fulfill my promise to Maria. That's the only thing that matters to me now.
Alright, our last level of the Dark Story, not counting the boss fight, Final Chase. This one is not nearly as cool as Final Rush, because you don't spend as much time on these rails. I mean, sure, you start out on it, it's like, hey, here's a nice, big, long sequence of it, but that is abandoned pretty quickly. We get some more rail sections, but mostly it's on foot and on these weird cylinders that will often cause your movement along them, in this case up and down, in some other cases it'll be side to side, to get flipped around. So yeah, a potentially interesting level that is somewhat marred by jank. It's just like it's a common theme throughout the entire game or something. Good old 3D platforming from practically any era, but especially from the 5th and 6th generation. I mean, the 6th generation was much better about it than the 5th, but I'm really gaining a bit of an appreciation for just how rough around the edges a lot of 6th gen era stuff is. I mean, there's definitely some stuff that I always knew was kind of crummy, like the anytime you're on anything spherical in Ratchet and Clank and you have the wraparound gravity, you get the same kind of issue. And it's always extremely weird to be in a position where you can go, this game would be improved by tank controls, but that's kind of what those parts of the game feel like. Alright, jump the rock. I was going forward. Well, technically either too fast or too slow there, but it would have been too fast in that case, because, well. That's much better, though. Alright. Down the hole. I don't think we want to go to the right in this level. That was the case in the Sonic level. In this level, it's going to be something different. I guess it's going to be going down the middle. Okay. There's going to be another sequence where we have that. I don't know if that's going to continue to bear out. We'll see when we get there. Oh, hey, we ran into this thing sort of by accident again. This is not required to beat the level, but hey, we ran into that so easily, why not? In that case, all it does for us is produce a warp. Shit. I screwed that up real bad. Oh no. Yeah, this level is much harder than Final Rush. I will just say that right now, because as if it's not incredibly clear. Did the 1-up respawn? No. The plastic tank thing for it did, but not the 1-up itself. Oh yeah, the fireworks are really going off now. You might even be picking some of that up in the background, especially as I talk. Get over here safely? Yes. Fuck. Oh, I was so close to that checkpoint. That is just way too long of a jump for me to be able to make. I should have known better than that, but I was taking a chance that I might be able to do something pretty tricky there. But that place, that area is just chaos. And I think the camera got snagged on something too, so like it should have been catching up, but in the area with these cylinders, it was just like, actually, I think I'm gonna check out now. You guys ain't paying me enough to stick around, and so you sort of look at the camera going, well, didn't know you could talk. That's a new one, but there's nothing else to say there. This time we go up and out the back hole there. That's interesting. This is a marked change from the way the Sonic level is all straightforward. This one is like you're going in all directions here. That's pretty cool. Like I said, a lot of good ideas that are mostly ruined by some jankiness. Fuck me running. Yeah, like that. that's a place where there's a little bit of... things get a little bit rough for you. Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I'm dead, unfortunately. Well... oh, shit. Try to go for this spring and see if this will improve our fortunes any. The answer there is not so much, but that's alright. At least now we know it's a funnel. All things go to the middle. Don't hit the enemy, we have to go around it. Because that makes sense. Here. Rocket time. Now we go down. Unfortunately, I really wish I had a better camera angle. I wasn't having to worry about these fucking rocks. There we go. Oh, that's scary. Surprised that's the end of the level, though. Alright, yeah, so... almost no points whatsoever. There was, like, nothing for us to do to change that one. So, yeah.
I guess I'm not at full power
Not
here.
even remotely. Oh, boy. Alright, time for the boss of the story.
You never cease to surprise me, Blue Hedgehog. I thought that capsule you were in exploded in space.
You know, what can I say? I die hard.
I think this is actually the same
There's more to you than just
cutscene.
looking like me. What are you, anyway?
What you see is what you get. Just a guy that loves adventure. I'm Sonic the Hedgehog.
I see. But you know, I can't let you live. Your adventuring days are coming to an end.
All right, Shadow. Time for me to finish this. I'll use your chaos control.
Sure.
I'll use your chaos control. I'll use your chaos control. I'll use your chaos control. I'll use your chaos control.
A little bit, yeah. I've gotten an incorrect assessment. Okay, see if I can get the timing right, but I don't think I can. I don't know what it is. He keeps getting behind me again. Fuck, where am I? Okay, well at least I didn't die.
I'm not done with you yet. I'll use your chaos control.
Unfortunately, that time I did die from bouncing off him. Yeah.
All right, Shadow. Time for me to
Yeah, he's definitely getting pretty serious there.
Of Sonic's special attack. To avoid the Sonic win, use the somersault.
Fuck. There I go.
All
Oh, yeah, thanks a lot for the advice from earlier, Omochao. That didn't fucking work!
Right,
Jackass.
Time for me to
It's probably because I timed it wrong. You say, wait for a second. Yeah, there we go. We actually managed to freeze in that time. Gotcha. Fuck. God damn it. I was getting pretty close there. Okay. So, hitting him with the spin dash, it really does help me a lot to do the light dash down the middle row of rings in order to line up a proper spin dash hit. And, of course, it also helps if the game decides to not just have the platform start falling apart on it. Wow, okay, nice miss on my part. That was badly done. Camera turned a little bit there, so I was really fucked up. Okay, you wanna... Good button pressing game. I'm glad that you're registering my inputs correctly. I'm hilarious when I'm angry. Oh wait, no. The other thing. But how did I get turned around there? The camera just flipped. Get out of here.
I failed. I told you, I'm the ultimate.
Having some camera issues there for sure. That was a little freaky.
This completes my plan to take over the world. Now begins the glorious era of the Empire of Eggman.
Alright, well after that really messy boss fight that I should probably have won a couple of attempts ago if I was playing well, but I was not, that is the end of the Dark Story. And I think once these credits roll and we see the end cutscene, that's going to be it for us for the evening. And as you can tell, it's been it for us for the year already. Hey! I haven't seen you folks since last year! Huh, huh, huh! No, I'm going to subject other people to that where it makes a little more sense. And with that said, that is going to be the last video that we do this year for a little bit. The last stream that we do for a little bit. So I guess while all this is going, I'll drop in the usual commands and, direct people towards my YouTube channels for those of you who are not already following those, and toward my Twitter for anyone who is not following that yet. Twitter is where there will be updates about my streaming schedule being realigned once I do that, which will be a thing that I'll be back by February at the latest, but it will probably be late January when I get back to that. I gotta, redo some stuff, start setting up for, oh god, I forgot the word, for doing YouTube videos and all that. And yeah, I will cut stream when I get back to the computer. I'll be right back.
The ultimate life form. Chaos control.
Space
Desperation.
Supersonic
collision. Untamed power of chaos.
Professor Gerald.
The truth about 50 years ago.
Sonic Adventure 2. Last episode. Wishes are eternal.